Interesting. Time to ring. Time to ring. Not yet. Not yet time to ring. It is not yet time. Got Dark's Fatalis finally. Thought you had that. I thought you had that already, no? Decided to get it anywhere, everywhere, on every platform. So kinda cool. At June 2016 for minus 90, that's a good price indeed, huh? Let's see, window SC. Got Chrono Trigger, nice. Yeah, Horizon again from... Actually, I guess the new one already, 33%. Give me 80, I'll consider. Still haven't played DLC in the first one. At some point back home, I'm just gonna like yank my friend's PS5 and just play everything on it. Alright, that's already a good Rollerco price. I like that. Outlaws on 50%. They're actually even mostly positive. And lost the scaling. There it is. Let's see. Do you already do it? Rest for the Wicked on 30%. Let's see. Colorful. Recommend attack based on what you play. I mean, I guess. Kinda works. Players like you love Starfield. Yeah, I'm not sure about that, man. I am not sure about that. Sort of source code up. They did release the source code for those, yeah. And the source code for those released. Yeah, bot actually knows. You can also get stuff on Fanatical with my link. Even higher discounts there. Even higher discounts on Fanatical. Some stuff is actually cheaper on Fanatical. I mean, it should be. You should be. They also have a sale. And they even, like, the base prices are usually cheaper, so on sale it's even lower. But it's 25% off the impressive $3.50, yeah. You know it, you know it. And with Sleep, you know, 30% discount of $5 with Sleep. Until it's like 80%. And now then it's awakening. Yultan getting Revengeance. The Metal Gear. Or Revengeance in general. Sapultan, you farming the sale already. You already farming the sale. Getting all them new players to post new amazing reviews. At the Metal Gear Rising Revengeance. Oh, that's good shit, man. Get it, get it. Mega clickbait, rep a thumbnail. I mean, I don't know like if it is actually. I think it's kind of like 50-50. Like a lot of people just see that and they think it's like another, like meme trash game. And they just skip it. Even like someone in chat I remember like was like, "Oh, I thought it's like some meme shit there again." Which I mean, partially it's not completely wrong, but like not the trash meme level. So it's actually not like the super ultimate thumbnail, but it does work though. It's noticeable, Easy to notice. Easy to recognize. 75% off Red Dead Redemption 2. Crusader Kings 3 for $10, dude. Too bad you also need like fucking $40 worth of DLCs probably, if not more. Top sellers Assassin's Creed Shadows. Without the sale even, damn, really. Didn't they say on Twitter that it's that game? Already, dead on arrival. Popular new releases. What do we have there? Battlebringer. This like insane Survivor's liking with Becca's. Yeah, it was all about the huge fucking robot, but now we're still gonna put some sort of waifu in somehow, That we do. It's not needed whatsoever, not present whatsoever in the game. But we have it. Double the price for Vampire Survivors, yeah. But it has makers and waifus, so there it is. People be buying. The waifu tax, yeah. Habib's pay. No, dude left the negative review, man. Time to farm the clowns, huh? Anyone criticizing the visuals is a child. Damn son. And back is in hack and slash. It does look kinda dank. Doesn't seem like fully on like, Survivor like though. Something more like ERPGing in a way. Yeah, the baseball. That is not that interesting. Not my neighbor. A doppelganger is more common than usual, huh? Department of Doppelganger Detection taking action. Decide whether to let in those who claim to be your neighbors. Monka is. That's some dang stuff. That's some dang price there too. That's how you fought him, man. I'll leave this on I do not recommend until they hopefully add things that were in the itch.io version. The description of each person really took a lot away from this. Like some of the new additions, everything, I really enjoyed the game, but taking away one of the basic features from itch.io version really made the seem rushed and empty. Had to buy this game twice because they want to release the update on the other platform everyone bought it on when first released. Yeah, that sounds kind of like some weird shit. Sold on each, and then sold here with separate different versions, different updates. Doesn't sound good, eh? But looks like whoever bought it just on Steam are kinda happy with this, though. For the price, for sure, I would say. Can't really be unhappy with that. Oh yeah, that one was also out. This one's farming too. And the Wonderstop one. Doesn't really seem like my gem. Oh yeah, I wonder how dank it ends up being though. From the Stanley Parable developer. And where does it go from the comfy part? How dank can that get? Pondering internal crisis. Game of the Year contender. Graphic novel with a little bit of farming. A lot of people who might be in the right time and place in their life to really feel spoken to by this game, just not one of them, unfortunately. Well, I mean, when it's a game about like depression and internal crisis and it doesn't speak to you, I mean, that sounds good. Should be happy. I would say that's fortunate then. If you can't relate to the depressive story, that's probably quite fortunate. Rogue Genesia. Then that's a lot of reviews on this one. Surviving keeps pumping there. Let's claim more survivors, Pluton. Come on, dude. It's time. You already have, like, you know, the top-down view there with the map and stuff. It's time. Time to embrace it. Yeah, this one just released out of early access, so this one already out probably for... Yeah, since 22. That's quite a long early access too. Yeah, this one already out for a while. I mean, even recent reviews are pumping quite hard though. Still pumping quite hard. Still quite a lot of demand looks like for the survivors liking. Well, more survivors there too. There it is. There's the answer. That's a fresh one. Oh yeah, this one we saw last week though, I remember. This one we saw last week. With insane stands. Gotta put some waifus in, man. That's the main thing. Make survivors like and tell how it goes, yeah. I had an idea about it before, but nah, I don't think so. I don't think so. Just mostly kind of like, I mean, I kind of do like playing them sometimes, but yeah, not exactly my jam that much. Just kind of like my PPG grind brain sometimes resonates with that whenever I start playing already. But most of the time not super into. The top 1% hit. Well, I mean, sure, yeah, they're pumping a bunch of those for sure, for sure. Crowded is becoming hard to be noticed. I mean, just like any other genre, I feel. It's just like in some genres, there's like, I don't know, like a lot of people who are kind of like, you know, like wandering around, I guess, more. But like some genres just have people that gonna be like, you know, willing to play more of those. Like with Vampire Survivors, with like the survival games in general, kind of like Rust and stuff, right? Like, why would you play any, like, you know, like survival game when there's already like some massive, you know, super developed cool ones on the market with a lot of people playing, like, again, like Rust, like Ark and shit. But still, like any little, you know, like free assets survival shit coming into early access, boom, there you go, hundreds of reviews. Everyone still goes and tries something new. And new is also kind of like quote-unquote, really, because quite often it's like basically like the same UI even like in Rust. And the concept is the same. Same, you know, like chop some trees, you know. Hack some stones. Hunt some, like, you know, whatever. Whatever there is, some deers, some boars. Cook some meat, you know, and let's go. No, we're not going for this yet. Not for the queue. Soon, though. This one also was already, like, last week there. Blink-style roguelike. Number Factory. Launch a spherical friend, the Nubby, down a big board. Bigger and bigger numbers, but beware if you fail to beat your number quota, the sod will explode. Monka is... It seems like some like Flesh stuff or something. Ordered from Flesh. And the reverse collapse. And the demo. But we'll see, yeah? The Frog Pong is still unpopular. Managing mostly positive there. Yeah, all of this we saw already quite some time ago. Yeah, like usually during the sale, like browsing these tabs is pointless pretty much. The sale is taking over, dude. So we saw all of these. You got Ninja Gaiden all of a sudden from January. Hey, Sacred, the XD publisher. I mean, why not? Why not? Easy to remember. Which one was that? No. The Code Name Bakery? Oh yeah, there's the XD. Oh, there's some good reviews there. There's some good reviews on that one. It doesn't seem bad, So it's out from early access, I assume, then. No, just released. Oh, last year. I'm like 22nd of March. No, wait. We have 16th today. How is this just released in the future and already with 4,000 reviews? It doesn't sound right. They fixed the Spudremon. Ah, the tactical stuff. I see. Reviews are from the future, yeah. 1 year advanced access. Don't give them ideas, man. Soon. I'm gonna like 10 tiers of like, you know, Game Pass. Like when you pay $200 per month, you get like day 1 release. With $5 a month, you get like, you know, 1 year later release. It is what it is, man. Work it out. And that $200 a month still more than AAA price anyway, so you actually fork it. Pay-to-view store page, yeah. That's gonna be GTA. You know, like the GTA 6. We know we're so hyped that even to like, you know, to click on our store page, you need to pay, dude. You need to subscribe, eh? Alright, what's an upcoming? Anything? The upcoming is Bork, looks like. Assassin's Creed Shadows. Boog. Yeah, Pathologic 3, this is the prologue that I played. Well, it's gonna be tomorrow, 17th of March, so you can check for yourself what you think about that one. The fuck, Yasuke Simulator. now that's the real Assassin's Creed. Alright, I see how it is. Gamers can like pull, you know, like the dankest beam on this one, I guess. Just get this one even like more reviews and everything. Now that would be the dank shit. Imagine that being selling better, yeah. Well, gamers can commit, you know, for the Amiga protest. God, do you know who this made? Who's this one made by, huh? I can already tell. I can already tell. Bethesda? Nah, it's kinda soft. The kinda soft again. They back on the grind, looks like. They like see this like a little mascot, dude. They put it in every thumbnail in every game. And since they have a shitload of games, you see it quite often, man. Upcoming releases, 17th of March. There was 3rd of March already. And they already have a couple cooking there. Insane. The Isometric Manager games. Yeah, they're just like pumping these, dude. One after one. Tabletop, I say. The slope marks in there, yeah. Gas Station Manager. Yeah, 1 to 8 player co-op simulation. Yeah, I think co-op to that stuff is like, you know, the content creator maxing of the game. Maximizing the appeal to the core audience there. Yeah, like even us, it's already kind of becoming like super low quality. But it's a streamer bait with co-op in even, so that's gonna work. That with multiplayer, yeah. You just need to add, like, you know, like, get the simulator, but, like, add some, like, you know, like, the jumping elements there. So, like, you know, you kind of, like, fail to, like, place the goose properly on the shelves, and you, like, fire and need to start anew again, you know. Make it all in, like, co-op, and then some other things to it. Some social deduction also, that someone is sabotaging other streamers while they're, like, doing the work, right? So you can get fired because someone sabotaged you. Like, dude, like, mix it all together. Then some like survival elements on top and stuff. And then you need to extract after that with your salary from your work successfully. Like, dude, that will be a banger right there. No one will outdo that ever. Potty Gaming. That's just like the one that Rick was playing a lot. The Potty Beast or whatever. I get this one is just like not only with fighting. Oh, this is work simulator too. Start your shift and everything, and fighting on top of that. There it is, dude. The more. That kind of low key is kind of nice with all this stuff. Like if you have kids or something, you have stuff to co-op in. There's so much stuff to co-op in that doesn't require you to, like, you know, kill things. That is kind of like, you know, without blood, gore, and other stuff. There it is. At least some good sides of that. I guess you can also get your kids to play all those like job simulators, so they get ready for the future, you know, or something. In the future, we're gonna be like, you know, like picking where you who you want to be where you grow up. You're just gonna be doing it after playing all the bunch of simulators, and just play a whole bunch of them, the whole package, you know, like just school's gonna be buying the whole package of simulators. You just kind of played some. And then you decide, yeah, drug dealer simulator, thief simulator, all that stuff there. True. They got the ball already. You can prepare. Gear raises probably. Yeah, the deck builder is good stuff though. That demo was dank, man. Even though it was kinda tricky. Kinda tricky. The controls are still kinda like... didn't nail them down properly, you know, until the very end, I feel. How to get like the perfect combos and everything. It's tricky, it's tricky. But it's nice. Some dankness going on there too. Some dankness going on there too. We'll see, we'll see. Pathologic. Which one is this one even? Is it the new one? The Pipigi Sims? That they're gonna be developing as the main one now? I forgot like the, you know, the whole backstory of their new Sims universe there. Wonder who's gonna come out on top, like this one or Inzoe? Because Inzoe I think is also already soon, right? I guess not that soon, but should be soon. Will the insane realistic graphics or this shit win? I wonder. 28th of March, I see. I do kind of feel even if this will be kind of somehow better, the EA gonna ruin it anyway. Was it My Life or something? The Paradox one. Paradox one got cancelled, yeah. So it's like the little Sims shit and Inzoe. My Sims is a re-release. Wait, re-release of who? They did re-release the classic Sims already. That they did. I think this one is actually kind of like some sort of new shit. Or am I wrong? There's also My Sims Kingdom actually. Oh yeah, maybe it is. Wait, what? Is it a separate one? Oh, you had that back in the day actually? Ah, wait, really? Oh, so like they're just re-releasing some of the older ones again? Which one was then the new Sims that they... Like, I remember they kind of decided to, like... to do something weird with Sims, and that I remember. But I don't remember what exactly will be, like, the next step in the franchise there. $40 re-releases, yeah, and 2 also. I don't even get what's the difference. It's, like, literally even the same trailers and stuff. Like, why? Yeah, the Rainbreaker. Game is not even out, studio already closed. Bonka is... Oh, it's the price for the whole bundle there? Oh yeah, I guess you can buy them separately. Okay, I see. That makes sense at least. Focus on Sims 4 even more, mix stuff together. Could be that, yeah. Oh yeah, the frog management sim. There it is. Oh, finally some good upcoming games. There it is. Can manage some frogs. That sounds better. Een Monke-Frage. We're mutating frogs, yeah. Before it has some deep twist there. Bloodborne devs are looking for peace to cover it, I see. We'll see, we'll see. Quarters of Karakusa. Oh, hello game. Wishlisted? Damn, not wishlisted yet. Didn't get the seal of approval yet then. Didn't get the seal of approval. The rite of passage for the horror game. I get wishlisted or owned by Ella. But I don't know like which horror, like I mean I'm kinda bad with horrors, right? Like they don't really like get me that well, but like I can't think of one where like the main bad guy, whatever, the scary one, is actually scary. Like, I'm just trying to think what is actually like scary, which horror can be. Because like, I feel for me in the end, like the fear of the unknown is the one that works the best. Because whenever they show some of those monsters, like sometimes you're just like fucking laughing at that shit because they look funny, man. They just like kill it completely. It's better to like not show anything, to be honest. That works better. Keep them non-existent. Lovecraftian stuff, like not exactly even, but like something you don't really see ever, sort of, you know, like you can hear it, you know, something happening, but like you never put a face on your like kind of, you know, like fear there. That works better, I feel. At least for me usually. Like when you kind of like, you know, afraid but don't know what it is. As soon as you put the face on it, usually that face is not actually scary. True, Jay, is true. Like, this shit is not it. This shit is not it, man. Scaring yourself full immersion. Well, I mean, yeah, that's kind of how it should be, but yeah, like, I guess for some people that kind of, I think it's kind of like probably not because of how they look, but because of like, you know, in general in the state where you kind of like, you know, easy to get scared, I guess. So it's more kind of like the general situation makes you scared, not the enemy themselves, huh? Unless it obviously goes against your like phobias and stuff, right? Like fucking anglerfish in Soma Forella and stuff like that, right? Like that shit when it's your like, you know, phobia, that probably is quite scary. Or like, you know, arachnophobia and stuff. Nice, hello, nice. Clowns or spiders? Yeah, clowns for some, yeah. Like, for me, it's just kind of like, how, dude? But, like, yeah, I guess for some. For me, the only kind of, like, irrational, I guess, kind of, like, sort of, like, fear, sense of unease, rather is something kind of closer to, like, mega claustrophobic stuff. Especially when it's combined for something. Like, the worst probably for me ever was is like, I don't know if I can immerse myself into it in the game, though, into that feeling, right? But the scariest one always was like, you know, like getting like stuck somewhere like underwater. Like some underwater caves or something like that, you know. Like in games, that kind of whatever. Like you take the Avowed, right? You just kind of like swim underwater, and Subnautica not even gonna cut it whatsoever. No, it's like I don't like in games that fear doesn't like, you know, kind of like manifest itself for me. Maybe I still kind of have like some sort of like, you know, like this like can't immerse myself fully into it or something. Even though like in some other aspects I can, but with fears and stuff, not really. Like IRL, it can manifest itself, even though also very selectively. And the only one I remember when I was a kid and we went to some sort of like resort or something, like the sanatorium, whatever. And there was a swimming pool, and there was like literally just like, dude, it was like I mean, I was a kid, right? So kind of like I was smaller, obviously, in size, but like it was like probably like as wide as like my shoulders and everything, if not even more. Like square like hole in the pool, and it wasn't like covered by anything, like wasn't protected or anything, just like dark fucking hole at the bottom of the fucking pool where you just swim. That was always kind of like, dude, what if that like thing, you know, like just starts like sucking water in and everything with you? And that is the only one I can like really think about. The rest is kind of like hypothetical situations when I can imagine myself, like since I kind of want to do some diving or something, and like, you know, like when you go into some dive in like the cave or something, and it's like really like some narrow caves or some shit, that probably also would be not really good for me mentally. Like even when my dad was showing when they were going, they were diving. Man, I forgot the name of the ship. There is like a German World War II cargo ship, the military ship that sunk in the Red Sea near Egypt, basically. And they go for dives there. It's kind of like considered not really hard dive or anything. You just they kind of actually go into the ship. There's like, you know, all those bikes, all those bikes staying there and everything, like the German ones. But it's still kind of like you need to go in there in kind of tight spaces. You need to like hold all the equipment close so you don't like accidentally like cut some like, you know, like some pipe or something, but or you don't get stuck on something, you know, and rip oxygen and shit. That also probably quite interesting. But in games it kind of like doesn't really work that well for me. Leviathan and Subnautica will spook. I mean, in some games it kinda does, but it's like not actually, you know, like the fear. Like it's not like the fear isn't being kind of like scared in general. It's more like a fear. Oh man, I'm gonna fucking die and lose my shit, you know, or something like that, I guess. And his coming demo was absolute dog shit, really. Slavic mythology and Eastern Europe. That reminds me of another strategy game like that I actually kind of wanted to like try to revisit, but I'm always forgetting about it. Sea Sacred, I say. Yeah, the gourd. The underwater I do like though. Like snorkeling, diving. Well, diving I still need to get into. I do still kind of have this like little bit of copium that in Thailand I will be able to get like to some diving courses and get the student visa that way. That would be very good. But also kind of depends how much budget that will be. But maybe if I'll finish full, get all the certificates, maybe I can get the instructor certificate too. I don't know how long that will take. But I mean, I would be down, even if it's like a year. As long as it's not more than a year, I guess. Was excited until release. True. Did play the demo. It actually even did feel kinda alright. Then I saw release wasn't very poked. They did send me the key later already when the DLC was out or something. Pretty easy. Yeah, basic certs is easy. Really easy, yeah. It's like a couple of months probably. All depends how often you're gonna go. And you're gonna get it. No problems. But the advanced ones and like the instructor one, that probably already takes longer. Like I think to get to the instructor, you basically need to like get a bunch of like lower levels one. It's like the basic one, then you have like, you know, like the higher or like lower rather depths and stuff, you know, like different oxygen mixture certificates, you know, all those like different ones. You can get a whole stack of those, and then you unlock the opportunity to go for the instructor certificate and stuff. That would be kind of cool if that'll be possible. We'll see. The basic one is simple, but if we still need to get the student visa and stuff, might as well, you know, use the opportunity for something interesting and good, eh? And then I would have that certificate and could maybe, you know, have some marketable skills if needed, eh? Then the Bleach game. Insane. Bandai Namco even. Bandai Namco doesn't even give a shit, like... Weeb's gonna buy anyway, so we don't even gonna bother with trailer and stuff. Like, here's a bunch of screenshots. There you go. Out in 5 days, boys. Like, it's Bleach, so you're gonna buy anyway, boys. $100 a base game? No, doesn't seem like it. Doesn't seem like it. Well, at least it's regional price, of course, so it's gonna be more for you. Probably gonna be like 60, 70, I guess. Season Pass, there it is. Early access 1 week. Oh, there we go. Soul Crystals. Additional playable characters. The Ultimate Edition. Wonder what those crystals even do. And some sort of also... Doesn't say in-game purchases, so... I guess at least not that. At least not yet. Yeah, it was early access to DLCs also. Oh, he has 7-day early access to... Oh, that's for the, not for the main game, just for DLCs, I guess. Still weird, eh? Similar to Chivalry. Interesting. Interesting. Atelier Yumi, another one. Dude, it's like, it feels like every month or something there is another one. Grey Feather, hello. How we doing? There is always more. Yeah, that's the Koei Tecmo. Yeah, like that. This is, well, I mean, the Koei Tecmo doesn't know what regional price is, so they just don't use any of those. Huh? Who needs that? Who needs that? No matter where you live, you pay the waifu tax. Pump so many gifts even in. That takes forever to load, huh? It's like, well, good morning. How we doing? Steam version content. The backpack set. Damn, so do you need to buy different versions to get all the content then? And get all the versions for all the skins, dude, huh? Atelier it is, yeah. There's some Atelier Endurers too. Yeah, all the Giga Weebs, eh? I'm not sure if we had the Endurers of Atelier there. Already, good luck. Good luck. Have a good one, man. Thank you for stopping by. Thank you for stopping by. Atelier cool, but Koei can suck it, them, son. Don't like buying all those editions. The Ultimate Edition with pre-purchase bonus, $100. Insane. The Shop Manager Simulator, I thought so. Like, so some I remember were kind of like that. I mean, Atelier is a shop, right? So I kind of thought that's the case. I guess not. At least in price. They're kind of like in terms of like releasing every year, I feel too, I guess. Wasn't it? And what else was there even? Oh yeah, the Rise of Ronin. How did this one going? Mixed? Ooh, I guess even releasing on PC didn't really change things that much. Oh, that's some free-to-play one even. January, now March, then there was July. Another March. think it's 23 already though, so... In 24 there wasn't that many, looks like. That looks like... Sophie 2 was last year. Not here at least. Not in this Koei Tecmo listing. It could be in some other listing though, easily. Holy. 1,400 DLCs. And with 71 game. That's an interesting amount. That's a lot of DLCs, dude. They be farming, man. They be farming. Alright, give me the insane queue. Yeah, the scuffed queue again. There was a way to check the old queue. It was through like one of those, wasn't it? Somewhere I remember it was. You needed to check that way. Was it this way? Yeah, this way is better. No, wait. Well, I mean, we could check the... Or what's happening with this one then. And this one mixed. Oof, 49% mixed. Not even the borderline mix there. Regarding issues reported for Steam Edition. Ah, I see. Alright. Investigating the issues, eh? And don't set the Ultra preset. Great game, extremely poor optimization. I see. Gameplay is terrible, eh? Optimization downright terrible. Very bad optimization. Refunded. Game breaking bug, eh? I literally made my whole system crash. Insane. Through window through. Technical aspect of the PC version. Frozen screen, completely frozen PC. Oof. Only bought this so I could play it in 120 FPS. Damn, naive, eh? Instead of the 60 FPS that was locked on in the PS5 at launch. Still waiting for the patch to fix 120 FPS, a game-breaking bug, eh? Fine in 60 FPS, but if you are like me, I would wait for the fix or a sale. No, just play on PS5. Just get a PS5 there. Seems like the game you want PS5 for, eh? Alright, so this one. So this one. Come on, Gaben, can you be showing me again the same stuff? Zombieville USA 3D. No, this one was the last week, I think. Yeah, 7th of March. This one actually farming the mobile port. Or port from mobile, I guess. Rise of the PS5, yeah. Guess a lot of people wanted to play some mobile stuff on PC, I guess. Yeah, very nostalgic. CTB, shall I say? Yeah, free to play equals gacha. That is kinda expected, I guess. The Punk baseball, and baseball is not that popular even. Not like foodie and other stuff. I thought that should also be huge. Newest and biggest version. Boge. Secret Federer, see. I'll see. There is a lot of nostalgic people then. this one, 25th of March. The meme stuff. Baseball is non-existent in Europe. I mean, the hand egg is also kind of non-existent, but hand egg still kind of sells, at least like in the US and stuff, right? And baseball this way, for some reason, not really. Insane drug dealer seems, I feel like the first drug dealer sim probably still was better though. This at least kind of like the meme stuff you can kind of play whatever, maybe. At least the beams are there, dude. That might be still kind of worth it. Alright, so this. We could then saw last week. This one farming, dude. Konami with actually quality remasters there. So this one too. Konami actually doing something that people like. Is it the Redemption arc? Are we waiting for some new release that is not remaster or remake? And then we'll see, I guess. Dystopian Simulator. Train other players to protect the metropolis from ruin. Hasten's downfall is simply a work in the factories. A more work simulation. And no set goals or rules. Every action has consequence in a world teetering on the brink. Baseball non-existent outside of NA in Japan. In Japan they do play that. That's probably about it, I guess. And this study reason 1 to 3. And that you get when you turn 30. 1, 2, and 3. You'll get those. 4 is on Steam. True 500 true. I mean, those could be kind of fun. Not gonna lie, those could be. I feel like I need to put some twist on it, you know, that makes it interesting. That's at least what like the dystopian stuff could be. But yeah, in the end, it's another one of those. Looks like. It's the content game. Yeah, do no harm. So last week, still not the most perfect reviews, but doing good. It looks like though. A demo was alrighty. Demo was also shit, I see. Do no harm was alright, but yeah. It kind of also had a lot of things going on there, so I'm not sure how it goes in the full game, especially when you're on the timer. And there was a lot of stuff going on. But then the Spirit Fair actually 90% discount. And Anno also 90% discount. Well, too bad for Anno you also need like a shitload of DLCs though. Yeah, the Last Dreadgate DLC then. $7 even with the regional price. At some point I need to get that probably. Stellaris. How's the Starfield going? Mixed. Then that's some deep mixture there. Damn, Shrouded Space for $15 almost still. Kirk. November update is now live, eh? Nothing since then. So when's the updates, man? They should pay you to play it. Gonna wait for all the DLCs to drop. If they actually will drop ever, to be honest. More. Then I probably would revisit, actually, maybe. And just to see what they did in DLCs, huh? Like main story and stuff, totally not looking forward to, man. No season pass? I think there should be or something, no? No, it actually doesn't seem like it. I thought there was something like that. I guess there was, what's the name? There was kind of like pass for the first DLC, yeah? That was part of like the Mega Edition or something. That's pretty much it, I guess. That's pretty much it, I guess. I don't think there was anything else season pass like. Yeah, doesn't seem like they got any obligations. I mean, they weren't in a rush with the first one, right? Took them a year, basically. So I assume like this autumn also gonna be another one, probably. If they even gonna bother. If they even gonna bother. Can dip if they want to. I don't kind of think so. There are some rumors now that it's also going to like PlayStation and stuff, so they do kind of have some motivation to try to sell some more. So they might try to go for that. But yeah, kind of interesting that they managed to kind of like completely shit themselves with the DLC, man. I was kind of hoping that they at least maybe will do at least the DLC will be some like decent stuff, but looks like not really. Not at all, eh? Now that's weak. Now that's weak, man. Alright, let's get to these, yeah, the Kingdom Loop. Someone decided to go for some more loop in there going. And this time with a bit of a different twist. Now the auto battling is with the whole team. Okay, not a huge fan of like the combat style though, I would say. I mean, the loop hero was really cool looking. That I think was part of the appeal, really. Like gameplay wise, obviously also was cool, but I think looks were carrying quite a lot. This one looks don't really carry that much, I feel. What other one? Hello. And this time looks don't feel like they actually carrying much, so not so sure. Not so sure. Did not like the gameplay. A Loop Hero? Yeah, Loop Hero was kind of... I mean, it's very specific type of gameplay that not everyone's gonna like, obviously, but I think that one was kind of nice if you like those. If you like some auto battling and stuff, that was kind of cool. With a little bit of strategizing and stuff. A lot of tabs, yeah. They are, and we're gonna be going through them. A Life is Strange double exposure was a disaster for Square Enix. Reportedly, game caused a decrease in operating profit compared to last year. Proving that, at least in this instance, SteamDB user numbers and player review scores do indeed serve as an accurate reflection of a game's financial performance. A Tech9 game's Life is Strange double exposure reportedly resulted in significant losses for its publisher, Square Enix, and has even been cited as the reason for the company's operating profit decreasing compared to the previous year. A report comes from Japanese analyst Hideki Yasuda, who stated despite Square Enix achieving major success with the Dragon Quest III remaster, selling over 2 million copies, the triumph was largely overshadowed in the publisher's eyes by the significant losses it incurred from Life is Strange double exposure. According to Yasuda, game's poor performance was so severe that it was responsible for the company's operating income decreasing by 4.4% during the entire 9-month period of Q1 to Q3 in fiscal year 2025 compared to the same period in 2024. The analyst hasn't provided any estimates for how large those significant losses are in terms of concrete number of copies sold. Steam Analytics website Gamalytic estimates the game sold in its best case scenario only around 145,000 copies on Steam. This would likely mean that across all platforms, games sold between 300 and 500,000 copies or fewer, a result that would indeed mean substantial financial losses to the publisher, given the cost of modern AAA titles. Man, I mean, I don't think something like Life is Strange is on par in budgets with, like, you know, modern AAA title, honestly. If it is, then they are like mismanaging the resources too much, dude. Those guesstimated sales numbers are generous and based on the highest, most game-favoring projections. In reality, they are likely even lower than that. Double Exposure only reached a peak concurrent player count of 8.5 thousand on Steam, and its current 24-hour peak sits at 116 players, not 116,000, just 116. Which for a single-player game is not even like that bad, really, though. So I actually not so sure, not so sure. And we also know that Square is very interesting with their projections and everything that they have for the games, how to perform. So underperforming in the eyes of Square Enix, as we learned over the last few years, is very easy. The main reason why the game flopped so hard, fair to say, Deck 9 Games made the catastrophic mistake of disappointing the series' loyal fans, who widely criticized Double Exposure for many reasons. The biggest being the absence of Chloe Price, Max Caulfield love interest from the original title, and as a result, the game currently holds a 4.3 score on Metacritic and mixed reviews on Steam. Disappointing loyal fans, as harsh as it may sound, can sometimes be profitable for developer if they are replaced by a new and much larger fan base. Bethesda, Skyrim, and Fallout 4, for example, both financial success despite being hated by many Morrowind and Interplay Fallout fans. The latest Life is Strange failed to draw in a new audience. And because of this, developer conducted a round of layoffs just a month before Christmas last year. But it's already out at that time. I mean, there was like all those like weird releases also. Release like plans that they had there. In October, actually, yeah, alright. I mean, the thing is, like, it's also around like the same time, right? Veilguard probably was, yeah, Veilguard was bigger than that for sure. And Veilguard went for like what, almost like 2, or did they get close to 3 mil in the end? Copies, because like I don't think this one is like 100,000 or something, or like few hundreds. I really doubt it. I really doubt it. A weird game, and what the decisions they made story-wise, looks like it. Yeah, looks like it. Like, all you need to do, all you need to do is do the stuff, you know, to appeal to your fans. And this is the kind of game that you need to do it, I feel. Like, you got a good fan base from the previous ones. You need to kind of like, you know, try to capitalize on that instead of like trying to do something dank. Because like getting new audience, not so sure in that kind of game. The sequel that wants to make the Avengers. I mean, that probably like because a lot of their other games had like other characters with other abilities, right? So I assume the goal was to kind of like create this like multiverse, I guess, with where all those like mega abilities and stuff are kind of normal, so they can just like keep, you know, like branching out into different other stories from there, and try to get their fan base and everything to like some other characters, and, you know, kind of like branch out to different storylines and different characters, different narratives and stuff. Despite it all, Disco Elysium's original studio have revealed espionage-filled new game, C4. This is not Disco Elysium 2, this is C4. That's kind of like one of those, you know, how you call the boat, that's how it's gonna sail, probably. Not the best omen for this one, you know, I guess.
My mind is eating itself. 100 intelligence agents caught between its teeth. A crimson mist of deceit and paranoia. Conspiracy strangled this world. An irreversible ideology. A grand ceremony built just for you. Obliteration wears a vented suit. Get ready, operant. One last dance on the remains of your humanity.
I mean, doesn't really sound, doesn't really look that bad, I guess. But I'm not so sure. I'm not so sure. So what it will be actually? Appearance on GDC. Anything about it really? About espionage. So not so sure what it's gonna be like even the gameplay wise there. I lost 3 years developing a brand new gripping, completely original world exploring theme that each and every member of the Zaum collective inherently obsessed with espionage. Spy games, allegiances and betrayals. Not 007, his hero complex, the Bond girls, the gadgets, more like slow horses doing the work you love even if it does not get you any fame or parades. No hero is only the stench of failure. Failure a joy in itself. I mean, that's kind of nice that they just decided to go for something new completely. That's already better than like some of the others. Some of the other leftovers of Zaum, I guess, that everyone is now trying to kind of farm. You know, we are creators of Disco Elysium and we want to make another Disco Elysium, so how about you pull some money in our Kickstarter, boys? Let's go. We are the real, you know, inheritors of all the glory that Zaum was and Disco Elysium was. So this at least kind of seems a little more proper and just doing something new. That's it. That's it. Paradox celebrate 10 years of City Skylines with roadmap of anniversary goodies. Happy 4.5 year anniversary by beloved Big Bot Scooter Balloon model. So, damn son. The roadmap for which City Skylines? For the second one too, I guess. Free-to-play Steam event for the original. March 24th. Not even for the second one. 3x new radio stations. Creator Pack Dragon Gate, Creator Pack Mediterranean Heritage, Creator Pack Leisure Venues, and free content update and patch. Damn son. How about the fixes, you know? How about fixing some more? That should be the main on the roadmap. Yep, that one is still not pumping at all. Over 1 year after release. Still tons of bugs. Frequent unexpected crashes, zero compatibility with mods, and no proper modding tools. Unbalanced economy and population, terrible pathfinding. Zero optimization, incredibly high graphic requirements. Small portion of content in the sequel compared to first game. Releasing a paid DLCs to unfinished and almost empty game. Now that's the best thing to do. I guess it's all those creator packs, actually, radios and stuff. Yeah, just releasing the creator packs and radios. Actually, no, bridges and ports. Not yet out, not yet out. I guess not yet out. No optimization. Feels bad, man. Feels bad. Expansion past waterfronts. Oh, what a time to be alive, eh? State of Asset Editor. The Ultimate Edition. Expansion past that and stuff too. The classic. 35% off, dude. Just 90 bucks. Amazing. Amazing. For something that they can't fix for soon 2 years already. Not that soon, but still. Getting there. Getting there. 1.5 years already, pretty much. Excellent sequel. Still on the pause? I don't remember actually. Did they remove it or not yet? Dogs having a rough time. Got it upon themselves, man. And they got it upon themselves. At least they kind of still pushing with it. But what sucks with it though is that they still, a lot of that push is going in form of DLCs and stuff already. Like, dude, your game is not done yet, properly. And not running properly and shit, and you already pumping the DLCs, Like, why? Why? That's the worst thing. That's the worst thing about those, Like, fix it first, then sure. Battlefield 6 features revealed by leaked Battlefield Labs footage. Classes, spawn select camera, and destruction shown. Well, not gonna be watching. I admit it's a footage, sound, since it seems EA retracted the takedowns. Guess I decided to kinda allow them to happen actually, but yeah, still rather not, just in case. Until it's gonna be officially posted there. Squad animations. Well placed to help with sales of cosmetics, I see. Drag down teammates to cover rather than trying to defeat them in a raging crossfire. Our new destruction systems. Whole buildings falling over at the behest of rocket-propelled grenades. I guess we'll see. Assault engineer, recon medic. I see, Steve. I see. They didn't invite you. There was like a lot of people though, I guess, who wanted to go into the beta. And did you watch them? Of course. I see. I see. A leaked video shows PlayStation toying with Aloy from Horizon as an AI chatbot. Being a clone feels unique. Okay. What is this? No. Impress it. I'm dropping the watch on the keyboard. Oh, they invited you to skate? Oh damn, you got the the privilege to test their microtransaction systems, though. Should be honored. You should be honored. The AI-powered characters. We will speak to the player directly using OpenAI and ChatGPT to hold a conversation, according to leaked footage seen by The Verge. Video shows familiar robot hacker Alloy from Horizon games responding to queries with an AI-powered synthesized voice and facial movements. Sony's copyright patrol showed up with a low what have we here and got the video taken down from YouTube. But there are other ways to see it. Footage still posted on streamable, for example. 3-minute mark if you just want to see the Aloy bot in action. Shows her answering some questions about herself and her origins, then entering the game world and responding to other questions as she moves around. Like whether or not she can see enemies nearby, what time it is, weapons she's using, and so on. Then they return to an interview setting and she summarizes the past few moments. Just a prototype. Open a Whisper, a GPT-4. Llama 3 to do their wibbly wobbly thing. I'll not go into whether this is fun for games, whether it will even make sense to talk to Alloy when you're her while playing the game, or where we are going to get the memory from to run this all in consumer console. This is just a glimpse of what is possible. The Verge published their story on the AI lawyer. The video they posted was taken down by a claim from Muso, copyright enforcement company who have Sony as a client. Bloody relax, could have been worse. Remember when Vatican AI chatbot was defrocked for telling people you could baptize children in Gatorade? That was fun. Yeah, the voice actor of I wasn't very happy, even though they didn't use her voice at least for that though. But still. Gotta be some interesting times, man. Probably coming. True, stay true, huh? Songs of Roots. The dank video gaming. The minimalist and dark RPG. Okay, decent reviews too, huh? Historia hello. So the dungeon crawler. What is this? A robotic arachnide. Well, seems kind of like the regular dungeon crawler then, sorta. The epic fish, hell yeah. Hey, Master. It seems like it's the secret kind of game, I feel. Art-wise and everything. Sorta. Good reviews and stuff though. Decent. Already thinking of getting it. Ah, I know you too well, man. You guys realize the game is like 30 minutes long, right? Fun 30 minutes though, and it's only 7 quid, huh? Wait, what? Many locations do not work, instead trigger alternative event on the grid of a different name. Features not explained. Is it like in the end the roguelike? Or dude just got some PPG ending and thought it's over? Game isn't difficult to complete. Ah, it's about achievement hunting, alright. Managed to complete within 7 hours of playtime, minus the day of 1 bugs. Okay, so it's small. Alright, let's see. Small one. Devs denied using AI, but you don't believe them. I see. Think so. I mean, technically it could be. It's actually kind of like 5-head way to do it, I guess. You know, you just kind of like generate a bunch of stuff, then just run some sort of filter like that also for like, you know, this like monochrome, you know, display effect and stuff. Yeah, it's already kind of hard to see. That's a 5-head one. The 5-head way to use it. A grimy 90s GTA homage Vivat Slovakia leaves early access in April. That's done. Let's see. The quality gaming, dude. Vivat Sloboda there also. And there it is. Set in 90s Slovakia. A gripping story based on true events. Explore and shoot your way through a city at the crossroads of Eastern Europe's turbulent history. Similar to Space Marine. Damn, son. The secret Space Marine lore. Explore the streets of Bratislava. 50 authentic vehicles. I'll dive into wild 90s. Part of our English voice cast created by using AI to modify live actor voices. Several of our in-game radio stations feature music generated with AI. Oof. What a time to be alive, man. Don't tell Rockstar, man. GTA 7, you know, fully generated. Why even pay? Like they didn't even want to pay. How much was it? Like 5,000 to some like some musician, right? They just went like, yo, dude, I want your song in GTA. Give it to us with all the rights. We ain't paying you though. And this way they don't even need to ask anything. Just make full on AI music. Done. All the radios. Yeah, that's gonna be interesting. That's gonna be some interesting times, man. They're already starting, I guess, but yeah, it's gonna get only better. Gonna get only better. A local thunk quells AI art civil war started by Balatro Erotica subreddit mod. What the fuck? Jimbo's big unnaturals. News that will get you banished from society if you try to explain it to anyone who doesn't live on the internet. The owner of an erotic Balatro subreddit had their moderator status revoked from the main subreddit after brief civil war surrounding AI-generated art culminated with developer Local Thong intervening. Cheers to garbage day for the spot. Many threads lie dead and buried in the bloody wake of all this, but the brief rundown is that moderator Dr. Tanghead, who also runs our Balat Romans, waded into the following thread. The AI art tag. Not be banning AI art here if it is properly claimed and tagged as such. This has been done after discussion with the staff at Playstack. Throwing this out here right now, this sub is for Balatro and not for debating AI art. Please be respectful and keep it on topic or we may be forced to step in. Too much to ask to have a fun subreddit about a fun game that isn't being held hostage by a horny pro AI weirdo. That is too much to ask, isn't it? A mod recently changed the flair of this subreddit for AI-generated art, making it seem like Playstack condones AI art. Oof, man, like creating drama all over this shit. It was not due to art to direct order from Playstack, but from interpretation of a message about enforcing the rules of the subreddit. Neither Playstack nor I condone AI art. I don't use it in my game. I think it does real harm to artists of all kinds. The local tongue continued. The actions of this mod do not reflect how Playstack feels or how I feel on the topic. Remove this moderator from the moderation team. We will not be allowing AI-generated images on this subreddit from now on. We'll make sure our rules and FAQ reflect this soon. Sub's rules do indeed now say no AI-generated art or content underneath the no low-effort post, no spam section. After having the remote status removed, Dr. Tang had posted in our blood romance, which he hopes will now offer similar haven for AI art as it historically has for horny posting. Please just get off Reddit for a week or two, replied one user. Damn, son. And mixed feelings about it, Sok? Damn, son. How so? How so? And yeah, we do be living in society, man. And again, the AI fiesta too, huh? Take-Two sues GTA 5 account boosters for pressuring innocent players into buying unauthorized goods. No innocent gamers, Take-Two. Player auctions. Vast online marketplace containing thousands of listings for unauthorized infringing GTA 5 content, including heavily modified player accounts, in-game assets, virtual currency, all gained by using hacking software, cheats, and technical exploits. See, so like I say, understandable, man, understandable. Understandable. No need to doom. You can always just think that it could be way worse. That you could be sitting in the middle of nowhere, you know, at your PC. Could be that, could be that. Then life should become a little more colorful, you know. By offering account boosting, modded accounts, and currency drops, Take-Two claim that Play Auctions offers an otherwise impossible experience. New players can begin GTA 5 with billions in VC and with a massive arsenal of in-game content such as vehicles, clothing, and weapons. Configurations only possible by hacking, modifying GTA 5 game in breach of the Rockstar TOS. In some cases, these listings advertise unlock all accounts, preloaded with maxed out character levels, virtually all in-game assets available to acquire in GTA Online. Users buying account boosting services give control of their GTA 5 account temporarily to a known third party in violation of Rockstar TOS and disclose their GTA 5 account information including passwords. Player auctions take at least 12.99% in fees. Many tens of billions or even upwards to $100 million. What the fuck? The scale of its website, Player Auctions risk upending the GTA 5 player experience and interferes with the balance and fairness of the game. Player Auctions business also actively promotes behavior that risks creating a race for the bottom, where innocent GTA 5 players feel pressured to buy unauthorized digital goods and service, or else resort to using hacks or cheating themselves to keep up with Player Auctions customers. Well, that's an interesting twist. If anything, they're, you know, kind of like motivated to do that because your game kind of makes them to, you know. Yes, Dave, not so sure. It's weird. It is weird. Especially in the game like this, to be honest, when there's like... like, last time we played with friends, like, the cheaters were running, like, amok there. And they were, like, making all of this. Like, money, all that shit was just, like, made by cheaters, like, on the get-go. Like, I guess you get banned and stuff, though, probably, eventually, if you get caught with that stuff. But, like, that's why you probably also don't want to, like, kind of get any services like that, because you're most likely just paying someone to cheat shit on your account. And then you're just gonna get banned for this stuff. Like, so, like, why? Hundreds of millions of dollars for that, like, dude. Like in some games, I know people do that. Like there is like a platform where they I forgot the name of that one. It's like before I moved and stuff, right? Like you wanted. I think we actually were looking like where to get like how and where to get Diablo 4. You know, idiotic fucking reason already. But since my friends wanted to play and I wanted to play with friends, we were looking into how to get it because you couldn't get it back home, right? So there are like platforms that where you can get like different region copy and stuff like that. So we're looking into those options. We kind of got it differently. Like we basically just got different regions accounts ourselves, and my friend already had like his own bank card in Uzbekistan because he was here already in 2023. So he already had a card, so he just bought us Diablo basically. But before I was looking, and there was like a service, and yeah, I just went there, and it was like, you know, like similar postings and stuff, like, you know, similar like services and stuff there, and like people, and I just got curious because I'm like, oh shit, it's Fallout 76. Like, what the fuck is happening there? What are they doing? Like people actually like, you know, like selling items, people selling currency, people selling boosts in Fallout 76, and they have like, you know, like thousands of reviews and stuff for that shit. And I'm like, dude, what the fuck? I should become, you know, like the professional Fallout 76 grinder or something, you know. I need to get Gastamania on board. Like he's leveled like really fast there. After all, he already knows the strats. I'm gonna start making that mad dough there. And that was even before, like, you know, the show hit and stuff. Like, I'm pretty sure after the show, like, that shit like that probably was even more popular. So yeah, that is indeed quite the business there. But like in GTA though, like, I don't know, man. I kind of understand that somehow, and like some MMOs people pay, like, you know, to like get them through some sort of like content or whatever. Like, fine, sure. Like, I can see that, right? I'm not justifying that, but I can see why. Because, you know, like if it's like some sort of like raid content, you kind of like don't have any like guild, whatever, like, you know, like some people who can do that kind of content on that level, and you want to get like some like mount, whatever, skins, like weapon, something from that raid, and some people just go and like pay in gold. Sometimes I'm pretty sure not in gold. Like even I had in community one person who was doing World of Warcraft raids for monies. Pretty good monies, except they were like hating the fucking game after doing that, you know, for money. But yeah, like I can kind of see that in MMO, I guess, because, you know, you can like, it's your character, you play with other people, you can kind of like flex with that, I guess, or something. Like, yeah, it's still weird, but like in GTA online, like that is mega weird. Like, I don't even know if you play still in like some like lobbies with like randoms, because like I think as soon as you get in the lobby with randoms, you just get attacked by cheaters like instantly. At least that's how it was. I remember even on some stream, I think Antraxo was playing with his friends. I've seen that in action even. And when we played, it was the same. You go to like public server, it's instantly cheaters there, like no matter what. So if you play with friends, you just play, you know, like in some like private server there anyway. And if it's your friends, like why would you like something that you just paid for with your friends? It's just kind of weird. Weird flex, dude. So yeah, not so sure. This I don't understand. I won't understand. A Roblox suit player auctions for similar claims. So even in Roblox too, alright. A WoW game director says Robins is more romantic when it isn't a system. A non-transactional bonding. Somebody should consult the pickup arseholes. To play a Roblox Salpo? Damn, why Roblox all of a sudden? The more you introduce romance as a mechanic, and the more that you build systems around it and metrics and ways for players to bolster and measure their affinity and affection level with other characters, the more it becomes something people engage with as a system rather than as a relationship. Not false. Its purchase odds a WoW does actually harbor the possibility of a soulmate, but this isn't served up to you a Commander Shepard style on a bed of onerous tooltips. It will happen if you get to know the person in question and decide that you like them. There's nothing that says, hey, this is a thing that can happen. There's no system that's going to track your status with them. But if you're doing the kinds of things that you would do if you were interested in this character, you'll probably come across the option by the end of the game. And it should feel natural, organic, and surprising. Is it the other bancer? Or is it Kai, actually? Still playing through a WoD and have no idea who this is referring to, so you'll have to do your own homework, scamps. I'll set in not to romance people in RPGs because I'm afraid of emotions, also because Luke Morrigan, we are trying to save the world here. Time to knock a boots after the credits roll. But I mean, yeah, that's actually kind of interesting that they did it this way, because they actually said that there's not going to be any romances in the game and stuff, so I guess there wasn't any romance as a mechanic, but it technically was there. That is nice, because yeah, you don't really notice any like this. I guess some hints you kind of notice that you can kind of like flirt with some companions. So you actually can. Interesting. Steel Seed, eh? Stealth action adventure set in dark sci-fi world and the brink of extinction, 10th of April. Sì, dei che sì. This will be in April. That kind of like was on one of the showcases before we saw, right? I recognize the style at least. I got the demo and stuff too. Sci-fi world after big cataclysm. Well, we'll see what this is gonna be. Can say like stylistically I'm like really super into. Not so sure. Spectre Divide shutting down 6 months after launch reminds us how hard it is to make a live service game. The luck of the draw. Damn son. Those microtransactions for 90 bucks. I guess didn't keep people around. The studio is also dead, yeah. The game hasn't found enough growth in the 2 weeks since Season 1 launched. Essentially, it all came down to the fact that there simply weren't enough players and revenue to cover the day-to-day costs of Spectre and the studio. Taking Spectre offline sometime within the next 30 days with the new purchases now disabled, and if you've spent any money on the game since Season 1 launch, you'll be getting a refund too. That's nice of them at least. So hard to ask for 90 euro for skins there, yeah. And didn't get enough support, I guess, there. Didn't get enough streamers on board and everything. And the Shroud consultancy and everything didn't solo carry. Didn't solo carry it. Imagine making more live services, dude. In current year. Power Wash Simulator 2 has split screen co-op for twice the wash power and also special soap. So there's gonna be the second one now. Developers self-publishing this time, so no more. Likely means less Final Fantasy motorbikes. Yeah, without the publisher, gonna look for some dink crossovers themselves then, I guess. Looks like it. One sec. Next playlist. There we go. Hey, Booyaga. One of the 200 win chance, yeah. Yeah, there was for the Warhammer one too, yeah. The crossovers, I think, is like a big thing for this one. Because, I mean, how long can you enjoy something like that, really? Especially for the second game, also. Especially for multiple games and everything. Like, it's nice and all, but yeah. The crossovers were at least like bringing something cool to it, I feel. Even though I guess they're kind of like big enough already on their own to kind of maybe secure some crossovers still. Got new features justify co-op apparently. Apparently co-op. I needed to rework the text to add the new content. Well, the co-op stuff is coming now. Everything else kind of seems more or less the same though. See what you guys say. So now they're getting that co-op there. Hey, boss face, hello. Let's see, they got maybe like some like recap of new features, I think it was there. A bit of Warsh Sim, didn't they get the second one already? They did. Fresh locations, superior equipment, splashy features. Yeah, solo order with pals. So basically gonna be more stuff. Coop. Home base now for you. Some soap looks like too. Split screen and stuff too. Doing good, boss face, doing good. Doing pretty good. How are you, man? What are you doing? Share campaign progression online together for the first time. In addition to online play, split screen co-op has entered the chat. Team up and take on the dirt twice the wash power. And yeah, this time self-publishing and all. Try not to look at the Steam sale. Damn son, resisting it. A Wild Blues spiritual Star Fox sequel from one of the SNES game's original programmers. Damn, the agenda. The Humble Games Showcase. When was that? When was that?
All systems go. Keep your eyes open.
What the heck? Enemy on my tail!
Evasive maneuvers. Do a barrel.
We don't call them that here.
Hi, I'm Giles Goddard, and I'm the only person that worked on Star Fox. And I'm making a new game that I'm making all by myself again.
Shut up, Giles. Hi, I'm Mark Lentz from the Kyoto, Japan-based indie game studio Too High Labs. This is our studio behind me. Our team is hard at work on a great-ass new title called Wild Blue. And frankly, I shouldn't have said great ass, but here we are. Humble, I hope you like that. Without a doubt, this is our biggest title today. We're really excited about it, and we think a lot of people out there will too. Head on over to Steam right now. Hit that wish list button. Tell your friends.
Oh, there it is, huh? YouTube goes on Firefox, but it still goes laggy. Well, it's on Steam, you say, alright. Is there 80 game players there? That would be kind of nice. The yapping is not something interesting. Who's making it and all too, I guess. But they just like post the same stuff in there. No, this one is like even the mega teaser, right? Let's see. Alright, I guess. Can say it's something like looking insane Pogi Wogi though, not gonna lie. Looks like something that, you know, some indie studios dishing out, you know, a dozen a year probably. You can find some, most likely, no problems. Official Elder Scrolls Oblivion remake will release as soon as next month, claims report. Skybelieverians. Is it? Oblivion remake getting revealed in the coming weeks. The game will likely release before June, while sources have told VGC it could arrive as soon as next month. I mean, it should be already, like, right? There was, like, a lot of rumors that they're working on it, like, a lot of the rumors, and kind of, like, you know, like, solid ones, I guess. Not just, like, someone randomly yapping about it. I was surprised they didn't announce it on that Xbox thingy that we had before. So I wouldn't be surprised. I'm not sure about before June, maybe. It would kind of make sense in June with all these, like, the insane announcement fiesta to announce it. Maybe drop it instantly also right after announcement, right? That would kind of make sense to get the hype going. But if they drop it before June on its own, I mean, I guess. Reportedly being developed by support and port studio Virtuous, who worked on Dark Souls, Uncharted, and most recently Metal Gear Delta. Fully remade in Unreal Engine 5, with reworks to stamina, sneaking, blocking, archery, hit reactions, and HUD. Hey guys, the body, hello. How you doing? So it's basically nothing Bethesda. That's actually good. No Bethesda good, but it's still gonna be all the Bethesda story. Bad, very bad. At least side quests are there, so that kind of compensates for Bethesda shit main quest. But Unreal Engine, that's also bad. So actually, you know, kind of like hard to say, you know. No Bethesda good, Unreal Engine 5 bad. Bethesda story bad. Bethesda side quest good. Depending how like reworks and stamina, sneaking, blocking and all that will work, if it will actually be kind of good, then maybe that will be kind of, you know, overall in the positive then. Hopefully. We'll see. If they will make it at least kind of like something closer to like actually unironically a WoW or something, that would be good. That would be good, eh? But I kind of doubt it's going to be that close. It still might be nice, though. Isn't it Skyblivion? Well, Skyblivion is a mod, and this is official remaster. The mod is supposed to release also this year. And I wonder how it's going to go. Like, if the official remaster will be out, like, will they try to kind of, like, hunt down the Skyblivion also to not have it release? I wonder. Or maybe they just, since they're gonna be like releasing way earlier, maybe they're gonna let it happen anyway. So they're gonna farm the official remaster, and then the Skyblivion will be out later in the year, and it's gonna be kind of fine. Everyone gonna get what they want. You want some Unreal Engine remaster? There you go. You want to get the mod? There you go. Reworking sounds smelly. Oh, dude, anything by Bethesda being reworked, actually good. I tell you that, man. You can't make it worse than they do already. So I don't even mind. I don't even mind, man. It can't be worse than them. It can run worse than their stuff. It can play worse than their stuff. It can be written worse than their stuff. So, you know, you already only way up from the start of the basic Oblivion. There's only way up, man. You can't go lower than that. If you can, then this is gonna be very talented studio, man, to make it even worse. Could be Sacred, yeah. Could be. Moving away from their current engine will kill those games instantly. I mean, that's why it's not even them making it. It's different studio making it, so they don't really care, it looks like. Like, I think it's literally just kind of like something to release and to farm. People who kind of heard about Oblivion, but can't be arsed, you know, like installing and modding and everything. So they just gonna release it, new generations of consoles and stuff, people gonna play. If it's a good port, if it's a good mod, if a good remaster, right, a remake, but then maybe it will be even fine. Yeah, there's not gonna be mods, but consoles don't have any mods anyway, so you know, like I don't think, you know, like the usual Elder Scrolls Endure on PC is the target audience here, in my opinion. Like, actual Elder Scrolls Endure is probably waiting for Sky Oblivion more. To be honest. So, like, this I think is purely console-centered thing. True, stay true. Don't understand the power of stupidity. I mean, could be, but like it's really hard. Like the story is gonna be the same. Like if the only issue I can see is Unreal Engine 5. Like if performance is gonna be trash, that will be like, why even remastering this stuff, dude? If the performance is gonna be atrocious and it's gonna run like shit, that's the main scary part. Like you can't really fuck up anything else. Making combat worse than Bethesda's original combat in Oblivion? Nope, you can't make it worse. Story is already there, you know. Like, locations, everything is already there. Combat system, you can't make it worse. Like, you can only make it better. So, yeah, we'll see. We'll see. I kind of don't really care too much. I did Oblivion playthrough not long ago. If they would send me this one, I would try, probably. Why not? I could even, like, maybe try to go through it, like, you know, kind of really fast. So, like, 60 hours only, you know, maybe. Players and modders don't have high hopes for Elder Scrolls 6 either. I mean, yeah. Like, I wouldn't really. I wouldn't really. The thing is, like, Warcraft 3 Reforged, the main bad thing about Warcraft 3 Reforged was online functionality. They fucked that up. For sure. 100%. This single-player game. No one, like, needs that. Like single player, I played Reforged on release, right? With no patch, maybe like some like one patch or something happened while I was playing. I did full playthrough of Warcraft 3 Reign of Chaos, Warcraft 3 Frozen Throne on stream, and it was fine. Like I didn't have like there was one, I think, kind of like bug or something in one place. If I remember something, like it wasn't anything crazy, but I remember there was something. I was like, oh, look at this. And yeah, they removed some of that stuff, sure. Yeah, that they did remove some of that, but like graphics and everything, like it was like all right. Like multiplayer, yeah, they butchered that. They butchered that hard. Multiplayer lobbies were butchered, that's for sure. Cutscenes, like I think the in-engine cutscenes were redone in the new engine, right? But like the thing is, like why people were mad about it, because they promised that they will make like the proper cutscenes, that they're gonna make like, you know, the proper CGI cutscenes for a lot of those, like, you know, iconic moments, basically, like the Stratholme and everything, right? But they did it. They just like made other in-engine cutscenes, like they were basically in game before, just in new engine. So like they were still there, in-engine cutscenes and everything. So it was bad, especially like if you play multiplayer. 100%. 100%, but it was like in a single player game, it's harder to fuck up that much, in my opinion. You can, like you always can, especially with Unreal Engine 5, as I said, like you can just look at the recent releases and you already know, how it can go with Unreal Engine 5. So that's the main thing what might happen. Not to mention, like, you know, the studio, the Virtuous, with the the beautiful track record of a Dark Souls remaster, for example. And I remember the Dark Souls remaster when it happened, just released, that also wasn't really farming very, you know, positive reviews. Let's put it that way. So anything might happen. Anything might happen. Anything might happen. Nice, Slavik, nice. Got some food gear. Feels good. Hyped about the System Shock 2 remaster. I mean, I gonna play probably, but yeah, wouldn't say I'm like super hyped about it. But yeah, gonna probably check it out. First was nice. Well, first one was remake, so was a bit of a different story, but it was nice. I hope second one will be good too. It's a remaster, so it's kind of harder to fuck that up. So yeah, like in my opinion, for Elder Scrolls enjoyers, this is like they're not the target audience here. Target audience is for console enjoyers to get their hands on the old Elder Scrolls, basically. And for that, they will deliver probably. But how it will run on PC and stuff, that might be very bad. That might be very bad. That I am kinda afraid of. Well, not really afraid because I don't really care too much about it. Like Morrowind remaster or something, that I would be interested. That I would be interested. Oblivion kinda like, fine, I guess. Like Morrowind, yeah, absolutely. That I would be interested in. That I would be already kinda like more picky, I guess, with what they're gonna do with it. But Oblivion was already kinda like, meh. So, kinda whatever about that one. Elder Scrolls enjoyers still rather play a remake because OG was dog. I didn't like the side quests and everything were good. Like the guilds and stuff are amazing. Main quest absolute dog water. Like I'm extremely happy that I just like stopped with main quest after the step 1 and didn't touch it at all until the finale. I am so happy I did that. That was the best decision I did. And the side quests were actually good. Combat and everything kinda like, whatever. Like, Morrowind ironically is better, like, in all that sense. Like, I know people, like, hating on Morrowind because of all these, like, misses in you know, in close combat and melee and stuff, but in Oblivion, you kind of do have the same stuff. They just, like, they did it smart. Like, in Morrowind, you just miss, and you know that you missed. In Oblivion, you just do, like, almost no damage. So it kind of feels that you're hitting, but you don't do any damage. And then some hits you can see like do pretty solid damage. So they kind of replaced, you know, instead of complete miss, you just kind of have like, you know, like the what was the like the grazing hits basically in a way that do like really little damage. And like the stronger you become, the more of those chunky hits you will be able to do. So it's kind of like, you know, just a trick for your mind and for your eyes. In fact, you're still kind of missing the same way as you did in Morrowind, like the same combat system exactly. But the magic they fucking butchered. Magic is like absolute trash in Oblivion, in my opinion. Well, not absolute. Like I haven't played Skyrim yet, right? So I'm gonna get there, and that's where it's probably gonna be absolute trash. But like Oblivion compared to Morrowind, already a downgrade. The biggest downgrade in series, I say. Yeah, Morrowind was amazing. I am like I played it like pretty much recently, right? I played it on release, but I didn't finish it or anything, right? So like I did my full run like 3 years ago, basically 4 years ago, and that was good. Like that was legit nice. I did really like that. That was really good RPG. Really good. And yeah, I played all of them unmodded. I played all of them unmodded except for the graphic mods and like some community patches, you know, just to kill some like leftover bugs and stuff. But yeah, I did play it like with minimal mods, and I did enjoy Morrowind that way, and I did kind of enjoy Oblivion somewhat, but like less. people who play modern haven't even seen the proper games. It would be interesting to have the numbers on that, honestly. Like, I don't know if there are numbers on that, if someone did research on that, but like, I am like almost 100% sure that majority of people playing those games, they don't use mods. Like your average, Joe who played like Call of Duty and FIFA yesterday and saw some sort of like, like Elder Scrolls game on Game Pass today, he's not gonna be installing any mods or any other shit. He's just gonna install the game and play it. If it doesn't run, he's gonna go and write negative review and forget about it, That's pretty much it. That's why they're remastering that, basically, to get those Joes to actually play something that works. And modding, I think, is already for someone who kind of like, more exquisite. Like, even people who play first playthrough with mods and Bethesda games, I feel it's people who already kind of like know what they're getting into, right? So they already at least have some sort of input there. They either like have some friends who were like, nah, bro, you need to do it this way, only install this and this, then you play. People who mod for 7 days don't even... Yeah, it's like the whole, like category of the people, the whole genre in its own, I feel, who just kind of like, the modding for them is already like the next genre, basically, in its own. Like, it's already gameplay started before you even launch the game. And you might not even launch the game, you're already burnt out, basically. And I think a lot of people actually, like, don't do that and don't like doing that. Like, I don't, for example. Like, I hate modding shit. Like, the less I need to do to make it work, the better. Like, if it's like some packs to install and it all works, like Stalker, some of the Stalker mods, right? Perfect, beautiful. The more you need like to kind of like mess with the mods, the less I want to, the less I'm looking forward to it. Like, I really dislike that. Let's see, Slavic, I say. The Wabbajack exists. That's what I use for Oblivion, I think, yeah. And that like dude, I hated that shit in Oblivion because like it was like I wanted to still, well, yeah, you wanted to install 700 mods for that, yeah, but I didn't want to install all of them. I wanted to install only the graphical part. I didn't want the full conversion. I want to like play vanilla, but like with the better graphics and that it runs better. Dude, that was annoying as hell. Like, my Oblivion play is still on YouTube and everything. That was like half of the playthrough was still like fucking around with all those settings. Because like, I started. Nah, dude, do you have something weird with lighting? Like, look at those faces, they're too bright. Alright, fine, let's go into settings. I changed the settings, now it's fucking crashing or something. I did this setting, it starts lagging. I did this setting, like my coolers are whirring like crazy, like it was a fiesta doing it. Every time, dude, every time. And then at some point, I guess I kind of got hit by this, like, like the modding disease or something. I was like, like I already like installed this, set it up. I think it looks kind of nice. What if I add like this one that adds like, like the glowing, windows in the cities and the one where you kind of in the house you can see from outside the house, right? Because I mean, that's a good graphical enhancement, right? Man, that was another evening down the drain, like setting that shit up and stuff. Like, not fun, man, not fun. Some people like it though, so like I guess, but like yeah, I prefer playing rather than setting it up to play. Yeah, the clashing with each other, like that's the main part. Yeah, the more you kind of get stuff, the more like it's kind of like the chaos theory, right? Sort of like you have like a few mods, that's nice, but then like it's more and more and more, and this growth goes like vertically. So basically, like as soon as somewhere in the middle there is some conflict or something that breaks everything from top just fucking falls. Let's see, Zapper, let's see. I mean, it's cool that you can do it though, so for those who enjoy doing it and enjoy like the mod packs, like amazing. But like, I don't know, like it would be interesting to see stats on that, but I'm pretty sure majority of people, they don't bother with that stuff. They just like either just install and play raw, or install and they look for some sort of like package of mods, they install it and they play it. Or if it breaks, then they mold out and uninstall and complain about it. Let's see, really. Let's see. Yeah, I just changed like minimal amount of things. Easiest and like just I mean I kind of like playing it vanilla for the first playthrough. Like if it's like already like multiple playthroughs, like Fallout 2 for example, right? I streamed I think I streamed actually even vanilla first time. Or did I just straight up go into Restoration Project? But because I played off stream already, so I know the game, so I kind of go for some like, you know, some changes, some different things. First playthrough, I do prefer to see how, you know, developers wanted it to be. Even if it's like not perfect, even if it's maybe dog shit, I want to see it because, you know, that's how it was. Thoughts on overhauls? That's good. That I actually kind of do like Fallout London was good because of that, because it's separate thing, it's separate install, it's somewhat like if it wouldn't be Bethesda, you know, updating the game right before, right, then it would be super simple install. But because of that, it was a little harder install because you need to downgrade. Unless you have GOG copy. If you have GOG copy, it's just like one button and everything's done. But I had Steam copy of Fallout and Fallout London on GOG, so I needed to do the downgrader. It was a little harder, but that was good. Like that I do like. Completely separate stuff I like because it's also like it's different game, right? So it's like just someone made a new game based on this game. That's fine. I don't mind that. I like that. But it's kind of like, you know, like fanfic that changes the original game. I'm not a huge fan. It kind of depends though, right? It depends. Like if like restoration projects I like because usually just the cut content that they decided to put back into the game. Sometimes even develop like Knights of the Old Republic 2, I think, right? It literally was like Obsidian, the devs basically working with modders to add all this content in the game. So it's kind of like, it's intended basically, right? That I don't mind. That I like too. But again, I would rather probably play first without all that, and then for the second or some other run, whenever I will decide to do it, if I decide to do it, I already can add some more like mods to spice it up. But yeah, I think a lot of people kind of like try to not really do like a lot of modding. Like I have a friend also like who actually played Skyrim, like that also went in, right? He did install some mods. I think he did. He never finished though in the end. He just got bored of the game real fast anyway. He did install something. I don't remember what exactly. But I would assume it was some like minimal package of mods. Because he didn't have problems with that. And then sometime after, a few years after, like kind of recently, I think he decided to do it again. Because I think mostly because he saw some like dang booba mods or something there. So he decided like, you know, like might as well play the game too, I guess. So he installed all those booba mods. He was spending like a few evenings basically to like set it all up to work with all the booba mods and stuff. And then he basically just probably like got like, you know, like a couple of goon sessions and he uninstalled and never played it at all. Basically. And that was the main experience there. And that's pretty much it, I think. If not modding part, you would like to play Fallout London. If you have Fallout 4 on GOG, it's super easy. If you have it on Steam, need to check. Maybe it became easier now too. But it wasn't hard, really. It was basically just kind of install Fallout 4 on Steam, launch the script, or do it manually. If you're afraid of launching some scripts and stuff, you do it through Steam console. It's also pretty simple. And yeah, and just install the mod on top of that. Done. Like, it was actually pretty simple. Like, I had no problems. There was some problems like with the stability and everything. It was crashing on me every once in a while. And there were some fixes for that. And some fixes helped, some didn't help. But more or less it was manageable experience. No idea, Steve. No idea. I don't know. Maybe some issues with Bethesda. Maybe the fact that they used the old version of Fallout 4 that is technically now is not supported. Because now there is the HD version, right, already. Maybe, I don't know. Maybe they already actually moved. I haven't followed, right, the Fallout London, how it's going now. Maybe they already moved the mod to HD version of Fallout. Then you don't need any downgrading and it should be even easier to start playing. But I'm not sure, I haven't followed. Let's see, let's see. Call of Duty's generative AI disclosure reveals a glaring issue with Steam policies. Valve needed to make their policy more granular if they want it to be useful. Yokai's Wrath Premium Pack used Gen AI assets. A disclosure is better than nothing, but only... Oh, they got the disclosure there, alright. Our team uses generative AI tools to help develop some in-game assets. Admission of any Gen AI presence is useful. Those of us who would rather avoid it entirely, description help develop some in-game assets tell us very little. So who's at fault there? Activision skirting Valve's requirements to be purposely vague, or do Valve's requirements themselves invite vagueness? Some background encountered Call of Duty community Gen AI suspicions in a Twitter thread about Zombie Santa. Loading screen featured Crypt Keeper-esque Chris Kringle with 6 fingers. Gen AI is famously inept at counting digits, although I did see some pushback at the time from people who reckoned the extra finger was zombie flesh sloughing off the bone. No such claims were made about the promotional image, however, which shows a gloved hand with 6 fingers, plus a bonus thumb. That was the Heartbreak Up calling card. I'm so disappointed, wrote Reddit user. I'd heard a cool pin-up style calling card for completing this challenge, but I wasn't expecting to find glaring hallmarks of an unrefined AI-generated image. Treyarch, look into this. Don't deserve to be rewarded with half-hearted, soulless fake art after completing a challenge this difficult. Remake this calling card, hell, trace it if you have to, but give us players more respect than this. Yeah, surely they do. Surely they will. Yes, this kind of like the ranting and yapping one there. High-level description content survey publishers and developers required to submit alongside their game. Game used AI services during development or incorporates AI services as part of the product. This section will require you to describe that implementation in detail. Pre-generated any kind of content, art, code, sound, etc. created with the help of AI tools during development. Under the Steam distribution agreement, you promise Valve that your game will not include illegal or infringing content and that your game will be consistent with your marketing materials. In our pre-release review, we will evaluate the output of AI-generated content in your game the same way we evaluate all non-AI content, including a check that your game meets those promises. Live-generated, any kind of content created with the help of AI tools while the game is running, in addition to following the same rules as pre-generated AI content, comes with additional requirement. In the content survey, you'll need to tell us what kind of guardrails you are putting on your AI to ensure it is not generating illegal content. Alright, so filling the form. Alright, so you're using this one, and then you have all the check marks there. Tell us about what types of live-generated content created by AI. That's how it looks. Code generated in your game. Guarantee that users can generate copyrighted material. Describe your game use of AI for players. This will be shown to players on the store page. Comparatively little required for what Valve calls pre-generated. Yes, so Valve is more afraid of like the game live generating something, I guess, in the game while playing. So what was created before, they kind of care a little less about. How we end up with Activision getting away with our team use generative AI tools to help develop some in-game assets. Based on the form, there is no requirement they publicly specify what these assets actually are, and so players are forced to contend with that most insidious side effect of Gen AI, constant vigilant paranoia that comes from not knowing whether something is or isn't created by another person. By looking at Gen AI art or just art I don't like, this card I worked so hard to get actually work of a developer. Never gonna work if they need to self-report. Yeah, it's gonna be hard. It's gonna be hard. Like, I don't know how to even like do that properly. Like, you need to have some sort of like, you know, the detector, you know, system that is also gonna be probably the AI of its own that will be detecting other AI stuff with a lot of probably false positives and everything too. Buying assets, how you not sure is not AI generated? Yep, that is also true. There is a lot of generated shit. Like, dude, it's insane. Like, there's a lot of obviously generated shit all over the place. How much is there kind of like, you know, like more sneaky and more well-made generated stuff is probably even more. That shit is insane. Like, trying to get the assets nowadays? Yeah, I don't even know, man. Don't even know unless you can like make some slope where you don't give a shit, I guess. Anti-cheat disclaimers not there a week after game releases. Now with that one, I think they kind of like, at least that you can detect more easy. You can actually kind of detect that at least, and you know, kind of report and everything, force them to do it. But with AI, that's harder because like, how will you even prove that it is? That is like a whole process to prove that they're using that AI stuff. Even if it's like super obvious, I don't know how you're even gonna be proving that then. Nice. Did you reconnect? A moment. Did you? Okay, you did. Why? Why? Just decided to disconnect for some reason. 1 sec, just gonna restart it. Leaving it so nice sometimes, Punishment from Steam to fail to disclose that? I don't remember, actually. I don't think there's anything crazy there. They enforce it? I mean, they can, but yeah, you need to have some reports and stuff for that probably to start enforcing it. Warhammer 40k Space Marine 3 revealed with Titus back as the lead. Space Marine 2 will be supported for years as Sure Saber. That is good. That is good. Well, there's like no detail or anything, so we'll see. The revenue announcement on April 17th. I'm still hear more about Space Marine 3 there. Kinda doubt it though. Maybe some sort of like frame when it's gonna be releasing, but that's probably all there is to it. Warhammer is better indeed, and that was good Warhammer too, so I am absolutely happy to see that. That will be very nice. That will be very nice. Hope it's not gonna take forever for them to make though. Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 update brings full stealth rework plus barbers, modding tools, and oh so many fixes. Patch live now on Steam. There it is, long patch notes. Spoilers. Barbers. Stealth kills are now more likely to fail. Created new clothing and equipment specifically supporting stealth gameplay and rebalanced stealth stats for all clothing. Bonka is... Okay, portable allow. Not exactly, not exactly. Spoilers. I scrolled. Tune-ups for pickpockets, cat burglars among you. Stealth kills more likely to fail. People now scream when they're stealth killed. So stealth killing was very easy, I see. I'll see. So now you need to go full specialized stealth endure. You'll only survive scorching wasteland of Hello Sunshine, walking in the shadow of a giant robot. I don't think the Steam page for that one, yep. But that one is also a gameplay, no gameplay. A no gameplay, it is. So basically, Roboto walking, and you doing stuff in the shadow, Roboto. And at night, you have some sort of kind of like base building survival type of thing. Oh, we'll see, we'll see. Well, we'll see how this one will go. Concept-wise seems kinda alright at least. But we'll see how it will be in fucked though. Because no gameplay. I don't know, like the first robot didn't like tear his head off. He got his like shoulder pad instead. Could just finish him off that way. Had an opportunity there. Doing good, Portable, doing good. Doing good. How are you, man? The insane survival stuff then. A bow. And then it's cold at night. Let's see. And to punch rocks again. See, you're gonna be down that down there. Get the Minecraft HP there. And different clothes and stuff. But you'll see, we'll see. Silent Hill Earth. Konami continuing. That's something new, so we'll see how that will go. See how that will go. Let's see, Portable, I see. Damn, didn't grind the XP there. Didn't grind the XP. Hometown engulfed in foggish. Find grotesque monsters and solve eerie puzzles. Cover in disturbing beauty hidden in terror. See what I say. And the main motivation. It's just flowers. What's wrong with flowers, Let's see, let's see. That's nice, that's nice. We'll see how that will go. The lot of burrito flowers there, yeah. True. We'll see how this will go. Kadami with some new stuff finally, not just remakes and everything. And we'll see if they will continue rebuilding the good faith now. And how this will go. Could be nice. The red spider lilies, huh? Nice upper is nice. Damn, combat, let's go. Gonna fuck all the monsters up. Easy life. Gonna become some insane slasher there or something. How Silent Hill this Silent Hill will be? I mean, why not? Or why wouldn't it be? You have Fogish, done. Silent Hill achieved. Avowed's latest update comes with community requested features, lots of tweaks, and a promise of a roadmap. I could even call it a wow. True. Player character getting additional talent point at level 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. Free. Can get even more shit in the build. Toggle between walking and running now too. Is it on a hill though? That's a good question. That's a good question. Accessibility feature with font size. FOV slider added for playing in third person. So some people actually do be playing it in third person. Interesting. You could, even though it did look kind of like undercooked. Maybe they decided to cook that better a bit. Whole a laundry list of other fixes. Yeah, overall was kind of smooth bug-wise, except for one of the bounties that I couldn't turn, but that was kind of on me, I guess, because I finished the bounty before I even picked the bounty, so I couldn't turn in the bounty because I never picked it before. So I couldn't get the item from the boss I killed, because I didn't have the quest at the moment I killed them. A mix of Auto Battler plus written tapping challenges. The fuck? Auto Battler with a written tapping challenges. So is it even the auto battler there if you need to tap in no time? Is it really auto there? Not sure how auto battle that is then. See portable, I say. I mean, the Steam friend list is not. It's like I mean, I guess some people do use it like a social network. Like I don't even like chat with anyone in Steam in Steam friend list. Like Steam friend list is there. Like I don't think I ever used it for like actual you know like social stuff. I guess. For me, it's kind of more like, I guess, easier so you can just get in the hope in one game and stuff together easier. So, you know, you can just like click and get in my server and stuff. That's basically the main reason, I guess. That's basically the main reason. Adding people never really ends up in like you suddenly, you know, like starting to learn more about them and chatting with them and stuff. Just a convenience thingy. I see, Slavic, I see. Damn, so damn. See how it is. I see how it is. Farming the rep there instantly. True Salpa, true. Ghost people by putting it in offline mode. I don't think it's like ghosting or anything. No, I don't think so. I don't think so. I don't think that's considered ghosting. Like, if you're busy or something, that doesn't mean you're ghosting or some stuff, you know. You could put the busy stuff, and if someone doesn't understand that you're busy, you know, then that's on them. I don't get that. Yeah, they're constantly in offline mode, pretty much, and they're like, whatever. Like, you want the message the other ways, huh? If I need to hear from you, you know, then I will. Just in other places, huh? That's it. And if you don't know other places, then I probably don't want to hear from you. Simple as. Simple as. He's there, alright. What a guy. Just joining and wants to become a family instantly. What a guy. That escalated quickly there. Yeah, but see, if you already get people like in Discord or something, that already is something that, you know, when it's expected that you're gonna be communicating there, right? Because what else are you gonna be fucking doing in Discord? That is when you maybe should be picky, you know, who to add and stuff. Friend list, that's already a different story. That's already a different story, that's whatever. Like, Twitch fucking had friend lists back in the day, you know. But that's normal. In the developer announcements, I see, I see. Because they were trying to dodge another person, I see. Yeah, just like putting the offline basically to not have like any notifications and stuff and to not bother others with my notifications, that's it. Steam is not really social stuff for me anyway. Like, my IRL friends have other ways to contact me, and everyone else, well, I mean, don't need to contact me. If it's on business matter, there is proper, you know, like, ways to do that. And anything else we don't need, eh? Yes, it's like I say, huh? Yeah, you use Steam to communicate with those people. I mean, just get Discord or something, dude. Or some other way. I think like Steam is not really the best for that, honestly. Like, it's not exactly the messaging app. I'll feel. Okay, I have my old friends also in Steam and everything too, but yo, like whenever you use Steam to communicate, even when we kind of like arranging some gaming time, we usually just kind of, it goes first in the group chat on different platform, and then we already go wherever we do the chat, you know, the voice chat, if we do the voice chat, which used to be Discord, but now that Discord is blocked there, I don't even know. To not spam people every 5 seconds? Yeah, that's basically what I do it all the time. Their fault if they have that on. I mean, kind of true also. I guess, Sacred, I guess, yeah. Magic the Gathering creator Richard Garfield on designing Vanguard Exiles so you could play with dice if your computer died. Definitely an art as much as a science. FKHPLO. So what is this? Revolutionary. The Auto Butler. The one who made the infamous Garfield car, yeah. Oh shit, Sacred. Thank you, man, thank you. Welcome back to the dungeon, thank you, sir. Thank you, MKHP, thank you. Thank you, Sacred Man, I appreciate it. Thank you, sir. Ah, dude, every time to open this shit. Firefox. Put it on Steam. When the Gibbon out, there's them. Alright, nice. Gibbon player is superior, surprisingly. Chrome just fucking dies. I kind of we got the idea. Oh, yeah, just praise Gibbon way too fast. Alright. At least it's there. At least it's there on Steam. Ardenfall, a immersive RPG set in the world intricate politics and ancient cultures. That is supposed to be sort of gothic-like. Just let me see what it now. Can you load in? Then you can, alright. I got some weird tugging going there, brother. Oh, it's already out even now. 80% positive. New style of auto battler. Fuck Schonze. AI starts with 1 extra unit and extra gold. I'm supposed to beat that? Fuck you, damn son. This guy is mad. This guy is mad. Fantastic game design. Nothing special, I see what I say. Repodded. Checked it out because from Garfield loved the Magic the Gathering artifact in Soulforge RIP. Soulforge is not really that RIP, but kinda RIP though. I did play the recent reincarnation of that, so like dude actually after Magic the Gathering went on some interesting adventures, looks like. Mostly positive now even, not completely dead gear. Getting patched also regularly, so that ain't RIP, man. That actually is good. That actually is good, and Soulforge has the paper version too, which, if you know, if I wouldn't be like wandering around having no one to play with, would be maybe even kind of interesting to get into something like that. Especially since they made it so you can like transfer all of your like paper stuff, paper cards into the game with QR codes and stuff, so that's kind of cool. Interesting characters with unique dialogue and quests. Leave your mark on mysterious world there. Spellcast Studios. I'll delve into dungeons. Every item is stealable. Insane. Super RPG. I'm not really super sold on the art style though, I guess, but maybe it's good. 2022 demo. Release date 2025. 2025 early access announcement. Ah, there we go. Actually gotta be 2025. Maybe. Launching this year. Late 2025, I see. Dice portable dice. Committing to insane role playing. Oh, now this actually Poga. Which is weird that I like learned about it this way because I literally follow Hero on Twitter and like there was nothing there. I thought maybe like Glorious Sealand updates also hiding some stuff again, but nope. I haven't even tweeted, so this is some low-key shit for now, I guess. Tears of the Moon, a first-person dungeon crawler made with the Sword of Moonlight, King's Field making tool from 2000. So it's actually, you know, King's Field alike, but like Omega, because made in the same engine, basically. Hey, Corsair, hello. Also free to play? I think so. I think so. It doesn't actually say anywhere, though. But I assume it should be. Explore various dungeons for powerful weapons and spells to forestall the provisioned end of the world. When you search, it says free. Yeah, like it's basically like I actually like thought like, oh, maybe I should try to like message and request. Like Kiro was actually in chat even when I was playing Lunacid, the early access. I was like, oh, maybe I should request. And then I like was scrolling like the Twitter to see maybe like they posted something or some shit. And actually like I scrolled down and it was like 2 or like 3 even years ago or something. Like Kira posted like, what do you guys think if I make, you know, some Lunacid in the original, like the free sort of like Lunacid in the King's Field engine. So I guess that's exactly was the plan already a while ago. So yeah, I guess that's also part of the reason why it is free. Because, you know, like not exactly their engine, I guess it's proprietary or something, so that makes sense. Can't really sell something that is made here by the From Software tool. So we'll see, 12th of April. Good timing too, because until kind of like 20-something of April, there is nothing. And 8 and 45 will be playing. I'm probably already gonna be finishing by that time, so good. Lunacid was very good, and this is gonna be interesting too, so I am down. Absolutely. Split Fiction tops 1 billion units sold in just 48 hours. That is gonna be more to that. That already more time passed, more millions sold, A bitter Play Dead Row goes public as co-founder demands $73,000 for using a copyright-protected image LinkedIn. Last time you tried to bully me, I told you I'd make it public, so here we go. Imagine the Fiesta, man. That's why like all those games are not even happening there. Threatened with a lawsuit after he posted now deleted LinkedIn post that shared an unauthorized picture of co-founder Arne Jensen. Left Playdead in 2016 and 2017. Some of the details behind the acrimonious split between Playdead's management emerged after a Danish newspaper reported on a rift that had developed between him and creative director Arne Jensen. Now, in a legal love letter sent on March 3rd, the party said Jensen demanded a little over $73,000 in suitable compensation and reimbursement. Party added that he has repeatedly had such letters over the last 9 years. In its letter, Playdead said that we want to repeat and caution that you continue use of Playdead's assets, and any disclosure and exploitation of inside knowledge about Playdead for commercial purposes is infringing and constitutes breach of confidentiality clauses and of loyalty obligations concerning information obtained during your employment at Playdead. Damages amounting to 73k. Well, it's secret knowledge because worked in the company, but like posting some picture from the internet. By providing recipients with core insights to the process of developing Limbo, you are falsely giving the impression that you played a significant role, including a creative role, in the development of the game. This gives a false and misleading impression to business partners and to the game industry, as you were not actually an essential part of the creative development of Limbo. My old partner threatened me with IP lawsuit because I used publicly available picture in a LinkedIn post 3 months ago of the game Limbo that we created at Playdead together. Aren't last time you tried to bully me, I told you to make it public, so here we go. Detailed the contributions he believes he made whilst at Playdead, adding he thought Jensen was a genius, but without me Playdead wouldn't have existed. That is not ego, that's a fact. Arndt, please stop the bullying. I will not stop being who I am. Playdead confirmed it has submitted demands to Patty concerning alleged infringement and unauthorized use of Playdead trademarks and copyrighted works in the commercial and marketing context. Have found it necessary to take this action to protect our trademarks and copyrights, which are essential to Playdead's business and reputation, the studio said. They're trying just to scare dude away from even mentioning that he worked on the game. Tableton, not even the real dev. Damn, son. Shots fired, huh? The lawsuit is coming, man. The lawsuit is coming. Why are they not a real dev? Because they didn't struggle eating only beans? The shoddy spaghetti indie games shouldn't act so big. With inside and everything? Limbo? No, I think that shit kinda like I would say was quite big, yeah? In terms of sales and in terms of you know, like the impact, I guess, and everything. A lot of people who actually do enjoy that stuff. And that kind of games, huh? The Outlast Trials clocks up 3 million players since launch. Red Barrel's brutal co-op horror celebrates first year with all a new review trailer. Limbo is huge, yeah. A big indie, big shots from an era where everything got free marketing. I mean, that doesn't diminish the fact that the game is good, though. That's the thing. Like, it's kind of like me going and saying, like, oh yeah, like, you know, like, all those big streamers, man, they just got lucky because they started early. I mean, somewhat true, but, like, that didn't, you know, like, work just because, you know, like, just because of that. There still was work, there's still content, and they're still up there, a lot of them at least, right? So, like, something is there probably. Something is there probably on top of that. So yeah, it's not always just about that. Don't get what the article is about? Well, basically like two game devs work together and then another one left. Another one left. And then now when he's posting that he worked on that game, it gets you know, the takedown request from the current studio owners to please not mention that or pay $73,000 for mentioning that you worked on the studio, and trying to just remove their contribution to that. I mean, true, Salpa, yeah, true. Some like in some cases, I do agree. In some cases, I think they would. I think a lot of them probably would. But like, it's also kind of like there would be like a lot of luck involved. Also, obviously, like way higher, you know, like skill check for luck. true, Tan, true. That is true. Yeah, so I think so. I do think it's weird. I do think it's weird. You just got some like bad blood and stuff split. Well, I mean, fine, but still made the game, you know. All the streamers from back then who didn't make it, yeah. I mean, there were those who did make it, but then kind of pee-pee poofed, you know, from existence. Yeah, that is a lot. That is a lot. Different approaches and strategies than just the LoL stream strategy. Yeah, that wouldn't cut. That probably wouldn't cut. And the thing is, like, even if you do some mega strategies, it's still kind of a lot of it goes down to luck. Like even with the content that is good and everything, you still get in the situation that like you just can't get that content in front of people's eyes. That's it. No matter how good it is. You can go to like the bottom of the Twitch and everything, and you probably can find like easily like a lot of like really dank things, really dank like conceptual, you know, interesting streams with like some insane content. There's like a lot of improv streams, a lot of like, you know, music and other content, for example, going with like good quality, with good like tech stuff and everything, like personalities, humor, skill. You can find all of that aplenty there. But yeah, if you don't get the eyes on that, no point. Saturation because it's more viewer choice. True, that is true, except the platform is not really up to that challenge though. Like it's still like, you know, you go to like places like live stream fails or something like this, and you still see like the people still watching the same stuff all the time. And they're gonna sit there and complain like how, you know, like the Twitch changed and stuff, and how the content became trash and everyone just like watching TikToks and everything all day. But then they still gonna sit there and watch the same people watch TikToks for years to come, because they just don't go below like, you know, like first couple of lines in the browse category or something. Yeah, I guess about it, yeah. Like the Twitch is like discovery, Twitch is like, how you say, like Twitch is content consumption style, I guess, is just like still the same as it was before. Don't believe in that percentage? Nah, that's pretty much how it is. Like you can look. Like the most of the views are done by like, you know, like the minuscule amount of like streamers. Like I am basically on the platform is like in 0.0, you know, like levels of percentages, and I'm like nothing. I'm nothing and no one. Just like, you know, like some stain there, micro stain that you need a microscope to see. And the actual, those like hundreds, millions of views and stuff, it is all generated by a very, very few people. Can we see the global Twitch recap as well? Yep. Go from nothing to partner. Partner is nothing. Partner doesn't do shit, man. Partner is nothing. I mean, back in the day, getting partner like was like all this like mystery thing. You can get partner no problems. You could get that no problems back then. Like partner doesn't mean anything. Partner is this kind of some sort of like ephemeral thing that people think that they will get the check mark and they like, you know, we're gods instantly. Like it doesn't do shit. You know, nothing. Like you get check mark, you instantly like start growing, and you know, like the sponsors arrive and like money arrives. Nope, nothing changes. %10 makes 90% of the money. I think with like Twitch streams, it's even like more of a discrepancy really going there. Like it's really huge, you know, the top of the crop, and then everything else is like a very, very small part there. And considering there is like, you know, like a shitload of streamers, that's the thing. Like even like the partners and everything, they will already have like, you know, like thousands of thousands of partners, like over 50,000. Like I don't remember, like there were stats. I like don't want to lie on the numbers, but basically there's a shitload already, even the partners alone, and there's a lot of known partners. Yeah, like the reality is most of that, like 99.99999% is like no one even fucking watching. Well, in the grand scheme of things, you know. No, we're talking about the saturation and like the people, like what Gastamania said, basically. More viewer choice, but like no one using that choice. Or like majority of people don't. We're talking about that, not like some specific personalities or something. But we're talking about the choice. Majority of the platform doesn't use that choice whatsoever. Yes, Alpha, yeah. The less than 10 people even like optimistic. Like you can go live to like a very small amount of like basically like for example the guy in Armenia, right, the Russian streamer who used to be like the who, well, I mean, kind of still is, I guess, a rapper, but like not performing anymore. Used to be on like the rap battles and stuff with like some big names and everything on TV and shit. A dude is like with like 20 viewers or something nowadays on Twitch, and he streams already for like a long time. They basically just kind of like surviving on the old name and the fact that he's still kind of networking with some of the old rappers and everything too. And some of the fans are still around and still kind of supporting financially, and that's that. Like I don't know what he's planned for the future though, because like it's not going anywhere. Even though like to be honest, like his content is also just like mega reacting and watching like some TV shows and stuff like that. So yeah, that kind of content totally not gonna bring you anything better than this. But yeah, that is a lot of that going. Like, speaking of games and Steam, at least there is algorithm that kind of helps with that a little bit. Same with YouTube, actually, where, like, YouTube is actually kind of good. While, like, Teresa, for example, is, like, having a blast doing, like, the shorts and everything on YouTube and stuff, because there's algorithm that at least kind of helps you. On Twitch, it is still mostly just kind of, like, the top line, you know, like, the top layer just kind of gets everything absorbed. And then past that, it's just kind of, like, some drops, you know, like, going down there. And at the very bottom is just kind of like Dispergia, basically. Most of the time. So yeah, thinking like the luck and everything back then was kind of like, I guess the stat requirement for luck was a bit lower. Like good content, like as you know, like a lot of streamers back in the day were constantly like, I remember like Ellie being asked like what she gonna advise how to, you know, like start streaming on Twitch, how to become, you know, like a Twitch streamer. You need consistency, dude. Just be consistent, you know, stream every day, have a schedule and stuff. And like, yeah, nowadays, dude, nope. That is already should be, you know, something to kind of like maybe, you know, kind of hold it. If you want to lift it, nope, that's not gonna be enough. Yeah, I guess the body, yeah, that's basically how it goes. That's basically how it goes. It's kind of like the rich get richer situation, you know, I guess, let's put it that way. And if at some point something dips, like when people, for example, like that Bubba G guy that I met at DreamHack before with the dink story of streaming career, right? Like as soon as the numbers started like going down because Bubba G started going down, like it all kind of instantly spirals even lower because it's just kind of like your numbers going lower, growth stops. The old people who are watching, they just kind of like, oh, what's happening? This guy fell off, man. Oh no, fuck that. I gotta go watch someone who's like, you know, still successful and everything. And then it's just completely like rip. And then trying to switch to some other games, even those who were still around for the Bubba G, they also leave. And dude was just basically kind of like from like, you know, thousands and stuff going to kind of like 10, you know, playing something else. Well, dude just kind of went and started looking for a job instead. And just going to some conventions to meet, you know, like some OG friends from the streaming times, basically. That's just how it goes, yeah. That's just how it goes. Like having like the raw numbers as a metric is kind of good from one perspective, but from other perspective, it's also kind of like not very good. Like it's good for those who already have numbers. For those who don't have numbers, it is quite brutal. Quite. But yeah, I still think like, you know, like saying that it's just because some people were like first on the platform or anything, they like kind of somewhat worse than someone else. No, not really. Yeah, they were in the right place in the right time, but that doesn't mean like they're bad streamers and they're bad content. Same with games. Like, you know, if they were first to make some sort of like game in the genre, in the niche, doesn't mean that they like bad or something. They were first. Just self-adjust. True. But even with that, maybe. Then maybe. Yeah, I guess that's how it, that like there is like this like critical mass, you know, like you get some critical mass of people in your like community, in your chat. This is where you kind of like, if you manage to kind of hold on to it, you just kind of like unsinkable sorta, because that chat, that community just gonna create content on their own. Like you can literally just like sit there and watch like paint dry, and like people still will be there in chat, you know, just memeing around and stuff, and that's gonna keep you afloat anyway. Like, and the bigger the number you manage to achieve, the easier it is to stay afloat, basically. Falling off is kind of possible though, but I think like a lot of people who did kind of fall off, they either like kind of changed drastically what they were doing completely, you know, like fully, or most likely they just kind of like lost the consistency part. Even though there's still like people kind of like Clint Stevens, right, for example, who can just like not stream for months and then just tune in and like instantly get like few thousand people watching and like dropping a bunch of subs and everything to disappear for another few months, no problems. There are people like that even, yeah. Don't usually quit their day job until they grow to the point where they can support themselves on it. To be honest, I don't even know a lot of stories like that. I do know a lot of stories though of people who still work their day jobs just to continue streaming. Those stories I have plenty. Yeah, Slavic, yeah. So sometimes it does work. At the same time, there are some like OGs, for example. Like, I mean, I'm not going to be like go in detail in names, right? But there are some like OG people I remember from like the Hearthstone days and stuff, especially, who like fell off like super hard in terms of numbers, you know. So like I guess that rule also with like having some amount still can have some like kind of, you know, some like failure spots there, you know, like it still can fail somewhat. But I assume it's kind of like most of those OGs just kind of like switched like a lot of like drastically of their content and like games they were playing and stuff like that. And that's why they kind of like got into that situation. See what I say, huh? Yeah, there was also a lot of stories that I read, especially in Nordic countries, for example, where like people just literally straight up were just like quitting just to kind of go and work a regular job because it's just like easier. Like I think like one of the Forson's chat strips basically back in the day, I remember, from like Norway or something, just like straight up like why even streaming to like few thousand people or anything when they're just gonna go and, you know, just go offline and work a job and earn more and live better lives. So yeah, there are those situations still. So yeah, it is kind of like very special experience, you know. I am very grateful though that I kind of made it at least where I am, because that allows me to do what I do. So I'm happy. I am happy as long as it, you know, is kind of sustainable and can keep going at this level even. I'm already happy. I am already happy. Could be worse. Could be worse. But yeah, that is also partially because I also travel and live in places where I can afford that. 100%, yeah. You need that min-maxing, like, to be honest. Like, it's also kind of like when you see, like, people complaining, it's kind of like, well, I mean, dude, you have options. One option is just abandon that, like, streaming, indie deving, whatever, right? And go for, like, some job and stuff. Or another option, yeah, you need to kind of, like, maneuver, you know, weasel yourself out of that and get, like, you know, like, place with the cheaper price of living, right? Find some people to live together with and everything to lower the expenses, right? And optimize them. Like, I mean, you kind of need to. You kind of need to, like, maneuver and try to find ways to survive. That's just how it goes, man. That's just how it goes. Like, solo all these travels, I wouldn't be able to afford. That would be just kind of like weird. Like, I mean, like Uzbekistan, places like that, probably. I would need to pick, like, a very, like, you know, like, cheaper districts and everything. Just to kind of be able to afford it. But then, you know, like, the reliability of infrastructure wouldn't be as good. So, it could be, like, way more blackouts and other clown fiestas going. So, that would bring other issues. But yeah, you kind of need to find ways if you really want to. Like, sure, if you, like, live in some expensive country and trying to make a living streaming or, like, indie game deving, probably not gonna work. That will be hard. That will be hard. So, like, moving, collaborating, cooperating with someone, that would be nice. That would be nice. I don't know, I always, like, all our boys, all our streamer boys, I, like, actually even recently I was like, yo guys, like, I'm here now, Armenia in May, Thailand end of the year, feel free. You wanna like, just go for a little vacation, you want to move also, just let me know. I'm down. I'm always down to assist, you know. And to help with advice and not just advice and everything, but yeah, not a lot of people are willing to go for such adventures and change the usual life, even though that would be probably kind of like way easier to sustain if you're not living in the expensive Western European country or something. Copley acquires a Pokemon Go developer, Niantic, in deal worth $3.5 billion. Deal also includes companion apps and services Campfire and Wayfarer. There you go. Just develop Pokemon Go, man. Easy $3.5 billion. There you go. Yes, Copley was acquired by Saudi Arabian multinational game investment group. But there it is. The Oilers buying Pokemon. Terranian. Narrative RPG set in alternate 1930s, where anti-gravitational technology has taken cars, roads, and even New York City into the sky. Master a crew, master tactical turn-based combat, and revel at the dark secrets lurking beneath the floating metropolis. I live minimalist and single. Like single is actually like I don't think so. I don't think so. Like living with more people is actually the optimal strat. So I think it's the meta not for those reasons. I think the meta is for different reasons like that. Yeah, it's the car tactical stuff. Like, I don't know where people got that stuff. Like, you know, it's like it's the family and everything. Like, dude, like you look at all these countries, for example. Like the more the relationships, especially like the more, you know, the bigger the family, the more optimal it is financially and stuff. That's why, like in Armenia and Gyuri and everything, like people living like in huge apartments with a shitload of people in that apartment. You know, the whole family and all the bunch of kids and everything, and parents, grandparents, and stuff. That is actually quite optimal. Yeah, if kids aren't involved, it's cheaper. If kids are involved, then it kind of depends already. Strange in numbers, yeah. If kids are involved, that's already a little more complicated topic, but it technically is, especially in the long run, it is actually the five head strats. Singles that never and birth rates are way down. I don't think that exactly is connected though. Like I don't think it's the financial part there. Because as I said, like in these countries that you can consider quite poor, the birth rate and everything is going through the roof. And not because it's just, you know, some sort of like people with like no education and nothing else to do, just kind of, you know, like multiplying. No, like in Tashkent, in the capital city, with, you know, where people kind of like a little more financially kind of like established compared to like complete villages and everything. But yeah, there we go. Uzbekistan, Tashkent and stuff still going crazy in the birth rates and stuff. Mom stay at home to take care of kids there. But for some time, I'm not sure about here actually. Usually they do. Like I mean, knowing even like with my mom, for example, like when I was born, that was like no, she wasn't actually. Because it was 90s, so financially shit was pretty bad. But yeah, we had big apartment. It was me, my dad, my mom, both working, my grandpa both working, and sometimes they were even calling, you know, grandma, both of them. Actually, not both. It's more than both, but like both that were still alive, I guess. That were sometimes, you know, living for like few months at a time, just to kind of like, you know, babysit me while everyone's working. Institution costs for kids here insane. Oh, you paying for kindergartens and school? Now this shit is free here. Schools, kindergartens, and everything is free. So yeah, like I think, I mean, partially maybe, but it's also kind of like knowing from, for example, from how like my friend, like I have a friend, right, also who's kind of like, nah, dude, it's like impossible, like kids and everything. Nah, it's expensive and stuff. Yeah, he like at his work there, his colleague who earns the same amount and like he still kind of has a family, kid, and everything. And he ends up like, you know, like already got a car and stuff. And my friend is constantly just kind of like, no, I can't afford it. It's too expensive and everything. It's more kind of like, you know, it's here. It's not in your wallet. It's in your head. It's either like you just people kind of like, I mean, what do they call it? Like the epitome of, you know, loneliness and stuff. Just people just kind of like lonely and stuff, you know. It's easy to kind of cope, you know, like, oh yeah, I'm not like, you know, like looking for anything, not building anything because I can't afford it and stuff. Let's be real. Maybe that is not exactly, or not only the reason in many cases, you know. Let's see, Slavic, I see. Yeah, because people are also like, I don't want kids because they're gonna drag me down and stuff too. Yeah. That's like when's gonna be my time, man? When am I gonna be able to like play video games? When am I gonna be able to like, you know, go with the boys to the pub or something, right? That goes and play. Yeah, I will do it later. Like let me build a career. Let me travel and stuff. Yeah, travel is also like something very cheap, right? So like totally because no money. Yeah, Gaston, that is insane. That is insane. That's kind of weird. That's kind of weird. Because like kindergartens and stuff are free. It might be kind of tricky to get into some, maybe here especially in Tashkent with the birth boom and stuff. But yeah, they're all free. They all free. The governmental ones. If governmental ones are full, there are private ones. Private ones already might cost some money. But there are free governmental kindergartens. That's what I was going to. I actually like switched like 3 or 4 because we were like moving and everything back in the day. So yeah, I've been in many. Same as schools also free. Yeah, sure, you need to pay for like textbooks and stuff. And again, like if people really want to, like there are some ways to do it kind of cheap. There are some subsidies and stuff and all that. Like I don't think it's like much worse, you know, like in some other countries with that, honestly. So like, you know, like having like the big families are exactly the way that people kind of weather the storms quite often. Like it's gonna be hard for the few years in the beginning, but then it all goes into more like stable mode. It only becomes like more stable. People farming kids subsidy. That's also the interesting thing, because like I always like I'm pretty sure it's here the same and back home. Like those subsidies are dog. Like you get paid like jack shit. Like I know how much my mom was getting like when she got like my brother, for example, right, the second kid and everything, and I was still kind of not adult considered, right? So kind of like we both were on her like under her care sort of. Like those were like funny numbers, man. Like you spend more if you go on the metro or in the bus to the place where they pay you that shit, you know. Like it was trash. Like you barely get any benefits. Nowadays there are some, at least. Nowadays there are some. Not funny in EU, yeah. Like that's the thing. I'm pretty sure, like in Western countries, you can, if you know like all those systems and stuff, you can like, you really want a family, right? Like you can make do, like no problems. I'm pretty sure. It's just like I think that the problem is not exactly that people can't afford it. It's probably because people don't want. Which I mean, fine by me. Like I respect that. I respect that. If you do want, finding the way is not really that hard, eh? And that actually will be even more like financially, it will be even more like effective in the end, because you're living with someone is cheaper. Like I mean, I have a roommate, and that is like literally like way cheaper. When it was 3 of us here, that was like amazing, dude. Why it's like some streamers, for example, have the streamer houses and stuff too. Like in the US, that's pretty common actually for streamers, even pretty big streamers, to live together and everything, because it's just more optimal. Don't have people like that, you know, ready for adventures, sadly, in our circles. Weird. Feels bad, man. I would be down. Not enough people that work there. Well, I mean, that's gonna be another problem that's gonna be just solved and everything. Like at some point, there's just gonna be enough people for that. It's just kind of like you start trying to like fix those things and everything when it's kind of bad. So it's a lot of like things that are kind of like already down, and the one problem drags another one. But as soon as you kind of start getting it up there, then it all gets better. Salary for it being too low, yep. Yeah, this is a tactical one. It's just the car tactics there. So that reminds me of the deck builder with cars that I was playing. That was actually kind of cool one. I did really like that. I did really like that one, even though this seems kind of like a little less in detail in terms of combat there. Kids are just in sit council for the day, dude. Hell no, man. I've been there in kindergartens, man. Trust me, we are not sitting there. in the council. We were not sitting there in the council, man. You always in for some adventures, man. You need to constantly observe, man. Lack of workers willing to work with slave wages. Yep. And that's something that's gonna be slowly, maybe, hopefully fixed in places. That's the same as I explained back home. Like, they're gonna be sitting there and complaining that, you know, like, there's not enough workforce, but then they refuse to pay decent money. Basically, hello, yeah. That sounds about right. This one might be actually interesting, though. This does look nice. Seismic Squirrel. Ether Ion. Moon Studios Ori series tops 15 million sales. Not too shabby for Metroidvania, and the genre we were told is dead, says Creer. True. Zelda Zone Zero voice actors quietly recast following SAG after action. I stand by my choice, actor says. No, there you go. Soldier 11 and Lecaon respectively claimed they found out their voices had been replaced by reading the patch notes at the same time as a player did. Began development before the strike was called on July 25th. Zelda Zone Zero is not subject to the strike. However, voice actors both in and out of the union can choose to support the action. I was replaced as Soldier 11 because I am unwilling to perform work not covered by SAG interim agreement during a strike for AI protection, the outcome of which will determine the future of our industry. I'd like to clarify that there's a difference between being struck and not being on an interim agreement. Union projects that began work prior to the strike and non-union projects are not struck, but they also do not offer the union-enforced AI rights we are fighting for. Yeah. People not happy with something, well, they just got replaced. A lot working on the game, but stood by their choices regardless of the outcome. Deck building mechanics? The biggest cancer of games nowadays? Nah, I don't think so. I don't think so. It's just like if there would be no deck building mechanics, there would be just no games that use them. You know, like, you know, you're not losing anything by games having those mechanics. It's just like some studios managed through those mechanics to find a way to express like their ideas. If there would be no deck building mechanics, they probably like maybe would never express those ideas. There would be no games like that, and that's it. So like there would be literally pretty much no difference. If there will be no cancer of the gaming industry, there would be no difference. Some games would find some other way that would be considered by other players cancer, most likely. You know, there's always going to be something that people are going to claim as cancer. The world would be a better place? Nah, I don't think so. It just would be less options, that's it. Like, you don't want to play deck building stuff? Like, you just play something else? Done. And the 2 action point combat from Firaxis XCOM. I mean, I do also like, yeah, the turn-based modes with more action points and with more detailed resource management. Yeah, but I don't think like that if there would be no games like that, there would be more games that would be doing, you know, like the proper action point system. It's just that they open. Like there are no options now. There are still games that that do. Like I played like some demos even of the games that still use the classic kind of action point system. Like everyone's still like there are games that do that. Same as also not all the games using the deck building stuff. So like I kind of disagree. Like you can dislike the deck building or any other thing, absolutely. Absolutely. It just don't play it. That's it. Just play things that don't do it. Simple as. Yeah, it's harder to find like the tactical games that use the classic AP systems, but there are some, and I would say there's enough of them to kind of like be pretty busy playing through all of those anyway. Same as there's plenty of games that don't have deck building mechanics, so I do not think that the deck building is something that kind of like ruins the existing games. It just creates the new layer of things that just allows developers and other studios to create something that otherwise probably wouldn't be created, so why not? Why not? There's too much of everything. Yeah, there's plenty of shit for like all the tastes. As we said before, right? There is a lot of choice. There's too much stuff. You can find whatever you want. And you can play whatever you want. Not to mention the massive backlogs of the old stuff. There is all that there too. So yeah, there are still plenty of options. Still plenty of options. SAG after remains frustratingly far apart from major game companies. The bargaining group would have you believe that we are close to reaching a deal. This is not the case. Working to address alarming loopholes in the proposal prepared by the bargaining group, which boasts representatives from Activision, Blindlight, Disney Character Voices, EA, Formosa, Insomniac, Llama Productions, Take-Two, and Warner Brothers Games. The bargaining group would have you believe we are close to reaching a deal, the union said. This is not the case, also hoping our members will turn on each other. We encourage you to read this extensive updated comparison chart of AI proposals to see for yourself how far apart we remain on fundamental AI protections for the all performers. They want to use all past performances and any performance they can source from outside the contract without any of the protections being bargained at all. You could be told that nothing but your replica being used offered nothing in the way of payment, and you could do nothing about it. They want to be able to make your replica continue to work as you during the future strike, whether you like it or not. And once you've given your specific consent for how your replica can be used, they refuse to tell you what they actually did with it. I got even less control devs just lazy at balancing. I mean, not really. Like which games, which like franchises, like the big franchises, for example, or something, went into like deck building and got ruined by that? Like, do we have like Fallout, you know, like 4 being card game, or like Elder Scrolls 6 gonna be announced as a card game or something? Like I just don't get that point of criticism. Like we just got like a new genre that like people started making, completely new genre. You can just like ignore it and just like play like other RPGs, play other like, you know, like whatever strategies or something that don't involve any cards, and you're still gonna have like a whole bunch of stuff to play, like plenty of it, shitload of it, too much of it even. There's just like a new genre basically that is like completely standing outside of that you can just play or ignore, you know. True Self Patrol. True. Yeah, sure, it might be tempting, I guess, for some studios to kind of like, yeah, let's use cards. Let's use cards, even though like a lot of those card usages are basically the same as regular skills usages, just instead of like, you know, having like a skill button, it's just gonna be like a card looking thing. Alright, I guess. Doesn't really change much though. Kind of like it was with what was the name? The Broken Alliance, was it, right? Where it's also like, yeah, you could just make those into the abilities really, and like nothing would change. Just would be looking differently and called differently, but that would be exactly the same. See, I don't think there is a problem with that. I do not think so. there is still plenty of stuff. There is just now also other genre of stuff happening. And I don't think it actually like takes away from any other genres. It's just there. It's just there. Union did acknowledge, however, that whilst it has yet to find enough common ground with the bargaining group, it has had great success with other employers, with more than 160 upcoming games signing up to the interim and independent agreements. Those agreements contain the protections we have been asking the bargaining group for, terms that are clearly feasible and acceptable to a great number of game companies of all sizes, even as the bargaining companies resist. That's why it's important to check the status of any role you're considering. If you get an audition, check the status of the game at the SAG after a video game strike. Know that the only games that are safe to work, those with AI protections, are those that show up as a Let's Play. So you can actually check even here before you go to work somewhere. Diablo 4 is too easy and Blizzard is preparing to make it tougher. Damn, son. Players are chewing through some of the content much too quickly, hitting level 60 and securing their Paragon classification far too rapidly and with too few struggles. Players will find they're leveling slower through the first 25 levels of a new character and that rarer loot such as legendary items will be much harder to find. Dude. Like... This is not how you like slow it down, man. This is like, what is this dog shit, man? Oh, you guys like, you know, like getting through content too fast and like, you know, like leveling fast. So yeah, we're just gonna make it more fucking tedious, and instead of like, you know, having fun getting like some cool drops and everything, we're just gonna make it less because you guys are getting too much fun, you know, like dude. What the fuck is this? Yeah, let's just like make it slower and cut the drops. Like, man, I like I do think it's not exactly only like the Blizzard and stuff, but in general, some like game designers sometimes like, dude, like, are you even like playing games or something? Like, dude, you're so disconnected or some shit. Like, what is the fun in like the taking longer to level? Like, there is no fun in that shit. Like, honestly, like there are games where leveling process is already, you know, like the fun part, the game, right? Like Ragnarok Online. And even then, like the first 25 levels, that's the most like dog shit part of the game. When you have like no abilities almost, right? Like your skill tree, you can't do much with that skill tree. You don't have like some epic loot yet or anything. It's like, it's the most boring dog shit part of the game, and you slowing that specifically even. Like, that is idiotic, man. Path of Exile is slow actually in leveling too. Well, at least what I played for now, right? Path of Exile 2 on the very first season and everything without knowledge. It was kinda slow. Sure. Loot drops also were kinda not that big. Sure, but that was also my first run and everything, right? If it will be the same every run and I will be taking that amount of time without drops and stuff every time, I'm probably not gonna be playing because it will be just tedious and bad for my taste. Like when you do the first playthrough, sure. Make it kind of slow, make it impactful, make people focus on like the story and stuff. Okay, fine. But like when it's the season-based game and you like for the season you want to make it like this, like slower than before. That is bad. That is bad. Too many players have found their way into highest difficulty level of the game in record time, which represent a kind of imbalance in the player base. Around 50% of the players in the Vessel of Hatred season made it to the highest difficulty level. Battle back against that issue. Like, it's not an issue if people kind of, you know, getting in the end game. That's not an issue. That's good. If 50% of players actually like dedicated enough, which I guess also kind of like part of like the PPG is in I don't know, like analytics or something. Like your season already kind of, you know, like when the game got a bunch of shit. Your season when the game got expansion that you need to buy, right, to play in the season pretty much, because otherwise you're just gonna suck, right? Your game past Path of Exile 2 happened, right? Big competitor. Like you're gonna have people playing that are way more dedicated to your game. It's people who kind of want to play the game, people who like the game and stuff, right? It's like the randoms already pieced out and everything. They're probably not even gonna play that. So like I pieced out, a lot of my friends pieced out. I only have one friend still left who's probably playing every season because he was doing it in Diablo 3 and now in Diablo 4 and still does it in Diablo 3. So he did it 100%. But there's like more people like him than people like me who just casually came in, played a season or two with their friends, and then uninstalled the game and forgot about it. There's more players like him who do every season, and those people obviously are more dedicated, and those people are more skilled, and those people will get the end game because yeah, they're more dedicated to that stuff. That's their shit. So you can't really judge by this, like that's too hard or something, or too easy, because it's just the audience you have left now. It's the people super dedicated. Of course, they kind of got to the end game because they love the game if they're still playing it, because otherwise I don't know why would you play this game. PP good dude, huh? The existing bosses will have their abilities cranked to the max. More challenging boss characters in the new season. I'm not like super, big on like the ARPG front though, right? Like I'm not an expert. I haven't like played that much of it. I mean, I just joined Path of Exile 2 like recently, right? For example. So I can't really say what would be like good for this situation in the game, how to like fight that better and stuff, right? I don't know exactly. But if anything, like from the MMO perspective and stuff, right? Like if you have you want to have the slow game and stuff, right? You need to kind of like stop focusing on that end game stuff. You need to have the game through the process. If you want people to go slow to your end game, then remove end game basically. Make all the game end game, and then people gonna be going through it slow, and it's not gonna feel like a chore to get to the end game and then like, oh, finally I can start playing the game. And that's totally not what you achieve by removing all the exciting drops and by making it slower to level. Like it just kills the excitement. Like if you add more drops while people leveling, but just make them drop on your current level, right? So like you're getting some like sword for like level 16, right? And like, oh man, we're giving away like those like legendary swords. But like, dude, when you level 20, that's level 16 sword already, like probably like worse than like some like random like rare item, right? So like, all right, fine, you gave away some cool item. Person was happy. They just like got excited. They got something cool. They ran with that cool thing for a while. And now they're gonna hope for some other new drop, right? And when they get that drop, they're again gonna be happy and they're gonna enjoy playing the game instead of like constantly running with like some blue trash, that you just replace like mindlessly, like, oh, like what's the item level? Like, oh, this item level like one higher than this one, replace, and there's just no fun in that. Like Monster Hunter in the story, kinda, yeah, kinda. The Monster Hunter's it still was like Monster Hunter like low game, like first bits of the story. Like as soon as you get to the part when your loot drop that is already like used in high-end stuff, then it's good. Before that it's trash, like because you know that all this loot is useless, all you do now is useless. But as soon as you get to the part where like all the mobs and stuff start dropping the shit that is useful for the rest of your game, then it picks up, then it's beautiful, then it's super cool. Even though story was kind of alright, I guess. It was kind of like fast to get that part when you get the good stuff, and it was alright. Some like cutscenes, like all that stuff. It was okay, but yeah, like it's not something I would love doing every 3 months like you do it in ARPGs, for example. Like when you know for a fact that whatever you do now for the next like 10, 20 something hours is like useless. You're just gonna delete all that and get completely different build, completely different items, completely different experience, like, 10 hours down the line. It's like, what you do now doesn't matter. And it's just kind of like, bruh. It's just a chore you need to kind of like push through just to get to the part where you're actually playing the game. And concept, I guess, like the paradigm, I don't like that at all. Like I think it's bad. Like if you literally just like waste like 10 hours or more of your time just to get to actually fun part, it's bad in my opinion. giving you rewards every step. Yeah, I haven't played, right? I was following, not following. I was like checking, like, right, like checking like live stream phase, like this kind of stuff, like this streaming circles sort of, right? When everyone was playing World of Warcraft, and you see like, you know, like someone was like, oh, like some like streamer, you know, like level like 30 something, just like went and killed some like elite. And they kind of like got like challenged from killing that elite, right? And that elite drops like some sort of like fucking axe or something that is really good at that level, and that's like very pogue to get it. And that was like a whole, you know, like, oh shit, damn, that's so nice, and everyone's excited because they killed the elite that is harder to kill. They got the loot that is actually meaningful and like kind of good, right? Like that is nice. Like when you can get that already during, you know, your playthrough, and do like some dungeons during playthrough that can lend you rewards that will be kind of meaningful at least for some time, you know. Yeah, sure, you're gonna replace it at the end game, right? But at least for the next, you know, like levels, it will still be good. And then in the perfect case, you can make it into transmog, let's say, right? So it's still gonna be good even like later down the line because you can use it for the style. And maybe you can do something else with it, like exchange it for some sort of like, I don't know, like some like gems or whatever that you can use later for some other equipment that, like, in some dungeon, for example, when something doesn't drop for a while, you can use those gems just to buy that straight up because you're fucking unlucky or something, you know, like kind of like something like that. Like you can make those systems to work so that it's still kind of like meaningful to get all this stuff on the way to the end game. Sort of fine if you have the end game, but make the way to the end game still kind of a little exciting. Like what was always good in Ragnarok, like the end game is like, it's like it's years away on like the regular rates, the server XP rates. Like your end game is like years away, like not 10 hours, not 20 hours, not 30, 40, it's years of like regular playing. Like okay, if you're grinding hard and you know what you do, like months away probably from you to get to the end game. But you don't really give a shit because you just already, you're playing now, you know. You can like go level like 30, let's say, right? Well, nowadays the economy is kind of weird, but like new server or something opening or something, right? You go to level 30, like killing fucking frogs in the cave, and you get the card that will cost like millions, basically. So like you know when you're a fucking noob, right? Like that you already got some cards, some shit that is useful in the end game and like in a high level, that even if you don't want to use, you can at least sell it and get a bunch of money and use it for something you can use now, for example, right? Like that was like what made Ragnarok for me always working, is that wherever you go, whatever you do, you either have like mobs that give you a lot of XP, so you level super fast, right? They maybe have shit drops, but at least a lot of XP. Or some of those might be combining with each other, right? But like XP, money by dropping some garbage loot that you instantly sell, but you get a lot of money from that, and rares. So you kind of like, at least one of those usually is there. Sometimes it's like 2 of those, 3 of those, kind of rarely, but happens too. And you always kind of go, and you always have like this, like, that's why I prefer usually, right? Unless it's like money plus XP in one, then I might go there. But I usually prefer going to the place where like the rare drops are, because that's just kind of like, you just play, you grind, you farm for days, maybe in the same spot, and then like, boom, like one thing dropped, and you like, hell yeah, man. Like that feels like it's something I need, or it's something I can sell for a lot of money and buy something I need, and it feels good. And it feels good. For 6 months. Yeah, it's more like about the PPG game design, dude. No? I just like I actually don't know, like I just don't know what they're like smoking there at Blizzard with this stuff. Yeah, like, you know, like the some MMOs probably like have people like that also sitting there, like, yo guys, you kind of getting to end game too fast, so we're gonna kill your fun even more on the way to end game, so you struggle, dude. Huh? Nice, goes the body, nice. Don't work. They do. That's the thing. Some of them get like Kickstarters that we'll get to also soon. But even that is also kind of sometimes like you look at it and it's like, huh? What is this? Next Xbox might not be a traditional console, insider claims. Well, I thought for a while it's gonna be some handheld shit or something probably. Microsoft will instead produce a PC in essence, but with a TV-friendly shell that also has a specific set of specs in mind. Developers will be building for a Windows PC in a way, but in such a way that they know exactly what the specs will be, so they can optimize exactly for it. DevKit talk is more about what kind of specs they've been told to target for the next Xbox. Pretty sure the new hardware is not 26, it's 27. The Xbox phone, I mean, you never know. Xbox launching partner gaming handheld this year, report claims. Oh, there it is. Partner device similar to Lenovo's SteamOS partnership with Valve. I expect this handheld to be more PC oriented. Most likely run full Windows, putting the Microsoft Store and PC Game Pass front and center alongside the ability to install things like Steam. Microsoft Store is garbage though, so outside, like if not for Game Pass, just don't even touch Microsoft Store, dude. But Game Pass is good though. Control Ultimate Edition's new update introduces Hideo Kojima mission for all platforms. Damn, Kojima even got into Control, man. Holy. A voiceover from Hideo Kojima. Previously exclusive to PlayStation 4 Digital Deluxe version. Oh, I didn't even know about that. Will arrive for all platforms after this update. Mission begins, players pick up the Dr. Takui tapes collectible in the extrasensory lab of the research sector. I didn't even know that was a thing, huh? It was already on PlayStation. Asus launching monitors that purify air. Oh damn, totally needed that shit. The ionizer has an effective coverage area of one cubic meter, purifying air throughout the workspace for comfortable productivity. With no filter required, Asus VU Air Ionizer series monitors seamlessly combine air purification and cutting-edge display technologies in one streamlined design. Dude, what else? Get like the coffee machine in or something, you know. 24 inches at $129. Ultra wide air purifier, $359. Damn, hell, you can get the purifier with the ultra wide too. Let's go. Time to update. Time to update. Then need also to get like the games with some support for like, you know, the API and stuff for the purifier, so it kind of like works, you know, in sync with the game or something. Let's go. So like, you know, like when you play some post-apocalyptic games, it starts working in reverse, you know, like it makes air worse, you know, so you feel like you're actually like going through wasteland. We put some like, you know, like some exposed, you know, radioactive elements in and everything too. So like your actual Geiger counter out in real life starts working and stuff. Like, dude. Boga. The IRL sauce scene there, yeah. BlizzCon 2025 not happening. Event returns in 2026. Interesting. They decided to do it this way. The Giga counter. Well, apparently the current government like wants to forbid, you know, like citizens from Russia and Belarus to enter US at all completely for any reasons. So not gonna visit that ever. Would be kind of interesting at some point, but like with the prices and everything, and nowadays even maybe physically impossible. So I guess that's a skip for me. Nothing to show this year. Diablo 5 next year. Actually, they should roll a new actor or something, right? Technically in this year, I think, with new boss and stuff, and new class maybe. Split Fiction reaches major sales milestone. 2 million copies now already in 1 week. So it was 1 million in 48 hours. Now it's 2 in 1 week. 13th of March. Was it actually 1 week in 13? I guess, kinda, yeah. PlayStation is yet to announce another live service multiplayer game. Damn, son. Another one. Another job listing. Set to be a live service multiplayer game, and the team is eager to introduce a competitive gaming esports landscape. Oh, damn. Never heard before. Someone has been in the esports world for many years. I'd like to point out that you can't just invent a landscape or a competitive community that only works when it's grown, not bought. True. A listing goes on to mention that the game will be multi-platform, covering PC, console, and mobile. That will be developed in Unreal Engine. Another in the combo. Might be that the game is very early in development cycle, as the listing says that successful candidate will help drive the game from prototype to production. It might be Jason Blundell's new game too, 2023 rumors started surfacing regarding Blundell's appointment to a new PlayStation studio in Los Angeles. It has been suggested the former Call of Duty legend is working on a game that fits the bill. A remote position. Unreal Engine. Ugh. EA adds microtransactions to Skate's closed alpha. Damn. Gotta start farming them early, you know. Son $1. Game currency allows players to buy various cosmetic items. According to Full Circle, this is being added to make sure players have a positive experience when purchasing items from the Skate store. To ensure we achieve these goals at Early Access, we have enabled the option to purchase and use virtual currency in our ongoing closed alpha playtest. Feedback will be greatly appreciated. Yeah, your money will be greatly appreciated, you know. Account progress might be reset. Spend any money and in turn on items. Any purchases you will make will be converted back to $1 and be made available again at the start of Early Access. Well, at least you're gonna give them, gonna give you money later, but yeah. We really wanted you to test our wallets, man. How much money can we fit in there? Alrighty, Portable, already. Have a good one, man. Have a good one. Yeah, tomorrow KCD Fiesta, indeed. GTA 5 Enhanced is now the worst rated Grand Theft Auto title on Steam. Profile associated with this Rockstar Games account is not eligible for migration at this time. If you think I'm throwing away nearly 700 hours of gameplay on one character so that you can make a few more bucks off me, then you can lick my anal orifice clean. Damn, son. Mr. Morgan Farts. Name checks. Name checks. Rockstar removed online chat, which has made lobbies and missions feel dead. Oh yeah, when no one is posting some slurs and everything. Man, that game. Well, many more have said GTA 5 Enhanced should have been an update applied to the base game and not an entirely new version. Now that's true though. Hideki Kamiya says, I couldn't allow myself to kill my soul on his decision to leave Platinum Games. The reason I left Platinum Games was because the company's way of thinking was gradually shifting towards a modern model of game development that doesn't place importance on the creator's individuality. Even if it meant the end of my career as a creator, I couldn't allow myself to kill my soul in order to work in an environment that I didn't agree with. Kami expressed interest in wanting to return development Scalebound. Yeah, check that last week. I mean, he's not wrong. He's not wrong. Skeeve hell to not have your soul slain there, yeah. A Ubisoft shareholder claims company failed to disclose meetings with EA and Microsoft about IP acquisition. A board established an ad hoc independent committee to oversee a formal and competitive process so as to extract the best value from Ubisoft's assets and franchises for all stakeholders. Ubisoft will inform the market in accordance with applicable regulations if and once a transaction materializes. Plans are talks with shareholders. Because of that, he's calling those who are frustrated with the prolonged stagnation in Ubisoft's stock performance and the lack of decisive action from the management team to join them in protest in May. Protest against Ubisoft, alright. Are ready to sue Ubisoft for misleading investors. Yeah, I think that's the same Pipiega guy, AJ Investments. Yeah, I remember that one. That was I think the same dude who was kind of like posting some way to think Pipiega schizo shit before already. So been there already. Will be no more. Maybe will be just the name. Nah, I don't think it will be that bad though. I don't think so. They still have the live services going that actually are farming really good. And Rainbow Six also got the recent update and everything. We'll see how that one will go in. Like, it ain't gonna be like some sort of catastrophe for them. I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure they might need to like probably cut like on the stuff later. They might need to look for some more investments and stuff. Probably. But yeah, I don't think it will be like some sort of like mega tragedy for them or something. What is farming exactly? Rainbow Six? Rainbow Six was making like I don't want to like, you know, like to be wrong on the numbers here though, but like I think even here there was an article not long ago that Rainbow Six was making a shitload still. Fucking For Honor is still making a shitload, huh? Fucking Division still has players playing, by the way. It's like it kind of like we from our corner see, you know, like we see one picture, but people who are actually playing their shit and everything, they see another picture. So there is still a lot of things going. There is still a lot of things going for them that is making them money. And like I mean, the Division too. Like they still making content for Division and stuff, dude. Huh? Like they wouldn't be making content for something that is not making them money. Like we already learned that even today, right? With Spectre Divide and stuff, they would just fucking close the studio and close the game. Like all that stuff, all the live services are still making money for them. They are still farming that shit. Yeah, like even like the Assassin's Creed Shadows and everything, that stuff is already in the top sellers right now on Steam. Like it's as usual, you know, like everyone's gonna mold about it, everyone's gonna probably shit on it after too, but everyone's still gonna buy it, which we see like every year with like, you know, sports games from Take-Two, which we see every year with Call of Duty. You know, people like as we have a saying, you know, like the mice were crying, but they still continued to eat a fucking cactus. You know, that's the same exact stuff. Veilguard was also in top sellers. Yeah, but like Veilguard did not meet their expectations, which were really high because that was developed in some sort of like mega, you know, like mega delayed and stretched out times. Like Shadows, I think. Well, I mean, there was one delay with Shadows, sure, yeah, but like I don't think they are like doing it on some sort of like crazy budget. Like they are not BioWare with that stuff. Like they reusing shit like crazy. Not to mention like whatever was the name, the Origins. I always like mixing up. There's so many of these Assassin's Creeds. I always mixing those up. That shit farmed pretty good for them, and they already said that the current number is already looking better than there were for that one. So like they're more smart than EA, let's put it that way, and then BioWare. Because in case of BioWare, they were making like something, then they were remaking something. They decided it's not the one they wanted to go, so let's redo everything. Let's delay it for like a year after that, you know. And then also let's make all of this like a completely new environment for ourselves, like completely new looking game, a new concept of a game. Absolutely, because I mean it's not like previous game, right? Veilguard is completely new shit. And AC is just gonna be more of just the same. Some like, you know, like makeup on that and everything, but like a lot of reused everything. And like I'm pretty sure the budget's not gonna be like as crazy as in Veilguard case. Not to mention, yeah, Veilguard is like also, it's an RPG, it's a niche thing. And it still sold pretty solid though. Like, yeah, sure, it wasn't enough to cover for all those years and years of like failed development, right? But in case of Shadow, I think they kind of more or less on pace with the releasing. Like, yeah, sure, it may be longer than between Valhalla and the previous one. Not so sure, but probably longer. But they also in the middle managed to squeeze in, you know, the Origins or whatever, and that also farmed money. So, I don't think it's gonna be that bad for them. Don't think it's gonna be that bad. Not gonna make them, you know, like some sort of like insane stonkas or something, but it's gonna be enough for them to kind of keep on chugging for like few more years. Then like next Far Cry, they're gonna like roll the dice. Will that one work or not? They will do like some all of those like side Assassin's Creeds that they're developing now, right? They kind of like throw shit at the wall, see maybe some of them will suddenly, you know, kind of explode. Too many bombs in recent years considering how big the company is, but then they also had the live services that were kind of funding that. That's why like Sony wants all those live services too. It's not about like making some sort of like, you know, crazy big buck right now, like here and there, right? Like they want to have live services that are go in because those feed your current needs. Like those live service profits, they kind of cover your baseline. And then with this like the bags covered, right? They can already work on other stuff, and then whatever they make on that, they already can invest into some like dank shit. Yeah, like the Beyond Good and Evil also, yeah, they do be developing some of that. There's probably way more things that we don't know about. Even though they kind of canceled a whole bunch of stuff there. That they already did, eh? That they already did, eh? There are bombs inside of the company, probably. Like I mean, I do understand the how do you say, like the optics of all of that stuff. But I'm pretty sure like they are not like they somehow survive, right? Like they probably had already like big stonkas, maybe in some sort of like side investment companies and stuff. Like they survive somehow. Like if it would be that bad, that probably already would be, you know, like everything would be closing. Fucking Skull and Bones, instead of getting year 2 of content, would be fucking closed already, right? If things would be that bad. Like they're not complete morons, right? And their stockholders are also not complete morons. I understand that no one likes Ubisoft, right? I also not a big fan. But like I don't think they're complete idiots there sitting there. Survive on debt? Yeah, for sure. And they just probably keep going. Like how much THQ got in debt? Like fucking few billions, or how much was it? Few hundred billions for sure they had in debt. Like, you know, they're gonna keep going until it completely like flops or something, probably. Live service is not eternal. Well, that's why Rainbow Six now also got like some mega giga update and everything. And with more people joining again. And that one already is farming for like, what, 10 years was it? The Rainbow Six? Fucking Division is still alive. Huh? Like we checked recently. Quite alive, you know. Rumors were there for Active Blizzard. The thing is, like, Active Blizzard didn't sell because they wanted to, like, sell themselves fast. Active Blizzard like was sold because Microsoft just offers so much fucking money that they were like, dude, that would be dumb to refuse, you know. That's basically kind of different, you know. It's like one case is like when you're like desperate and you want to sell your shit, and another case is like you just offer so much money, you kind of like, all right, fine, I guess I was doing all right for myself, but you know, with this money, I can now go, you know, like peace out in the sunset. $2.5 billion debt, I see. Doubt any investor is happy with Ubi currently. I mean, they aren't because they're not making profits for sure. Like what I think is like the company is doing kind of all right, but the investors, yeah, investors are probably not happy because they didn't have any, you know, big explosion in terms of profits. Because investors want to make profit, They don't care about, you know, like the games. They don't care about the gamers. They don't care how good the games are and stuff. They just want to make money. They didn't see any, you know, big explosive successful releases. They're not happy. That's pretty much it. That's pretty much it. I mean, it could be. It could be. It could, like, it is not good because yeah, they did a lot of flops, but I'm pretty sure that they still can stay somewhat afloat if they want. We'll see if they did it, if they do want, because they still have all those Assassin's Creeds in development on top of the Shadows, right? How much was that? I don't even remember how many was there. It's like 5 or something was there, like the red, green, the hex and whatever. Like that is a shitload of those still. And Assassin's Creed also, like, mind you, it's massive. There is a shitload of people who are into that stuff. Like it's insane. Like the fandom of that stuff. And there is still, like, in all this, in the fucking AliExpress you go, they still selling all those, like, you know, assassin looking hoodies and everything. They're in crazy amounts and stuff. 2018 Magic of Infinite Depth. Well, I mean, that's the thing, like, all the companies running pretty much that way, right? Because that's just how, like, the modern business works. Like, leveraging the depths and playing with all those, like, percentages and, like, tax deductions and stuff is just the way you do it. That's pretty much it. Even when you're successful, they still, you still manage to get, yeah, you still somehow go into depth. Like, was it even fucking Amarant or someone going into depth and actually explaining that later? Like, why? Because it's just like that way you basically, like, make money by going into depth, just passively, sorta. Losing like 30% of the employees, they don't do that yet. Like if you think about it, right? Like, what would be the problem for the corporate to just do that? Like, they could at any moment. Even some, like, this AJ Investments, actually, these guys already were molding before. It's like it's also kind of like basically who, just someone with 1% of the stonkas in the company, and they already, like, doing all these, like, that's already, like, multiple times they already going, like, to the press basically with some insane statements and then the interviews and stuff. But they already were calling, like, oh yeah, we need to, you know, lay off people. That was like half a year ago or something. They already were, like, molding about Ubisoft not laying off people. Understandable, yeah, but, like, for some reason they don't. They could. So maybe they have work for all those people. Maybe they have some other plans. I don't know. But, like, I think if it would be that bad, they would already be laying off. They did focus on just a few games. They already did that. They closed a bunch of projects. That they did too. But I guess they still have something that they think that gonna work. That they think gonna explode. Or, like, bring enough money at least or something. We'll see. I don't like anything out of their catalog. I basically don't really like anything. Except maybe for Anno. And even Anno kind of like, you know. Which, again, they have another Anno also coming soon. So, there is that too. So they still have Hopium for something. We'll see. Will it work or not? But, like, I don't think it's, like, that bad that they just kind of, like, you know, gonna completely, like, poof and explode, eh? Same as I don't think that, you know, like, the Shadows will be, like, you know, like, mega complete flop. Like, no matter how bad it is and how much bad publicity is gonna get, like, the AC fan base is actually huge. Like, if that fan base will get what they want, another AC, and it's not gonna, like, disappoint them somehow, then I think it's still probably gonna be all right. But we'll see, I guess. We'll see. I just kind of, like, don't like, you know, this, like, general, like, mindset that, like, you know, like, wishing things to fail. I don't really like that. I don't really like that. Even if I don't like those things, I'd, like, let them be. Whatever. Probably, Utan, probably. Probably. We'll see. They were planning to outsource some of their franchises to Microsoft, EA, and others, which, like, that actually is basically what they're already doing. Like, they outsourced one of the Prince of Persia is right. They outsource Heroes of Might and Magic now, which is actually like I'm really happy that they did, and I really do hope that they will do it more. And I actually like in this case, I actually wish them all the fucking success, and I do hope that like new heroes will fucking go crazy. And I hope they will see the profit in outsourcing the franchises that are just fucking gathering dust in their storages. And then I hope like more of other like big studios will see like, huh, you could do that. And start, you know, like outsourcing the fucking franchises that are dead in their tables for years to give them to some like smaller studios that can actually make something good with that. Like I would be happy if that happens, honestly. You're just going crazy. Seems like cope. No, it seems like my hope. Like I don't know. I don't know where's the cope in that, but I do have hope that it will go. And I don't think it's go crazy. I just hope it to go good. Like it might not go crazy for the scale of like AAA expectations. Like it ain't gonna sell billions and stuff, sure. But they didn't spend a dime on that. That's the main thing, you know. It's just like money out of nowhere, basically. It's literally just like a bunch of like nerds gonna be buying the good game, hopefully, and they just gonna be getting like, you know, I don't know, like 10% or something percent from that, and just for nothing. Fail and sell their IPs. They still gonna sell them probably. They see like they're already looking into it. Or at least give it to some other studios, like they did with Prince, and like what was made with Prince of Persia: The Rogue. I mean, good reviews, people like that. Like for me, it just felt like Dead Cells again, and I just kind of like same as Hades, for example. Dead Cells, Hades are two games that are amazing, but I just kind of like managed to get like some giga burnout, and I just don't want to play anything like that basically for a while, or like I maybe do try for a couple of hours and then I quit. Because I just kind of like still didn't get my appetite for that. Are you even that interested in? Well, they did hand the franchise for Heroes to some like small studio from like Serbia currently, but basically from Russia to make the game for that. So I guess they're interested in something, right? Like I mean. Like I don't think they're complete morons there, you know. No matter like it or not, like corporate people, they most likely not complete fucking idiots. Like they got in that position somehow and everything for something somehow. Like I doubt it's like the pure sheer luck and everything, right? So like even for me as an idiot, basically, right? Like having like this like watch here, right? Like the smart bracelet and everything that I don't use. It's just like laying here. I just like decided to charge it today, you know, and it's just like laying here. I'm just like messing around with it now. Like if I could give this like bracelet to someone and someone would just like, I'm not using it myself, right? And I give it to someone and someone's paying me like $1 a day. Like what is $1 a day? Fucking nothing. But like I don't use this shit. Like here, take it. Like, give me this $1 a day. It's gonna be 30 bucks per month. That is good, out of nowhere. So like that logic, I think, is quite accessible, right? Like if you have something, you know, some franchise that is not doing anything, and some studio can make a game and then pay you royalties from that, then it's a win-win for everyone. You know, you don't spend a dime. You get money out of thin air from something you don't use anyway. So what's the problem with that? I can understand that it might be like, you know, like we don't want to have like some brand risks, right? Like maybe that small company will do something with that franchise that will be kind of bad for, you know, the backlog of games that we sell, for our future games that we want to do ourselves, right? I can see that, sure, but like when it's a dead fucking franchise you were ruining already for a while, and like you're not gonna do anything with it, then it can be worse already, you know. So like a huge amount of money or not, it's money for free. And money for free is good. So that is available even to the very basic levels. Yeah, well, I can understand they're not gonna maybe give something like Assassin's Creed or Far Cry to some third-party studio, right? Because like that's their like main money makers. Then like some of the smaller games and franchises, I think a lot of people should. That's like all the gamers that Ghost Bunny. I'm just kind of playing like devil's advocate because like I mean I also don't really like them, right? Like I don't like what they did with Heroes. I don't like a lot of things that they did, but like I don't know. I just dislike this constant, you know, like the negative trend and everything. That they can shit on everything, you know, like down with them all, like let them all burn, you know, all studios burn, corporate burn. Like I don't like a lot of them, but like why so radical, you know? We'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. Xbox is partnering with Asus for upcoming gaming handheld, it's claimed. Aha. And that's the claim about the handheld too. But that's not the partner handheld. That's already a different one. Cloud gaming subsidized by Xbox. The cost could be between 500 and 600 for the base model. Like I do want them to kind of like, you know, get like some slaps and get like reality checked and kind of like at some point return to the kind of, you know, like the old good years of like game development and stuff, right? Kind of like more for the quality rather than the stonkiness and everything. Yeah, that would be nice. Completely crashing and burning, not gonna really change the shit. So like bad decisions, I do hope they're gonna get like bad results on bad decisions. Good decisions, I do hope they're gonna get good results. Like what they're doing with outsourcing the franchises, I really do like that. I really do that to succeed, so more companies will start doing that. I do want to see more of the dead franchises for all those massive publishers to get some sort of like, you know, second life through some other like indie studios and stuff. I do really want that. EA Skate microtransactions range from 5 to 99 euro for in-game currency. Oh, that's the PlayStation Store stuff already. Holy. Item cost. So wait. 13,000 is 100 euro. So basically, 1 euro is 130, right? So 130. So like stocks for almost 2 euro. 3 euro for board art. 4 euro for a tank top. Dude, it's like... In some cases, it's somewhat more expensive than what you can get IRL, man. Like, especially here in Uzbekistan. I sure can get socks cheaper than this. In-game, but actual ones. Analysts expect Nintendo Switch 2 price to be around $400 or more. Sell boatloads of Switch 2 in the first months in particular, almost regardless of the price. Can expect a great software lineup in year 1 from new Mario Kart 3D and Mario after 8 years to Pokemon Legends and Metroid Prime 4. Also be third-party support from day 1. And most probably including blockbusters like Call of Duty. Damn, son. We'll see how that will run there. Hey, Akira, hello. New GPU. Feels good, man. Feels good. Which one? 460 Ti, 16 gigs. Nice. Feels good, man. Yeah, the tariffs and everything will kick in. Gonna be fun for some people to buy, I guess, stuff. Reach for the same for Bethesda and Fallout. I mean, also kind of careful what you wish for, you know. Like you also there's also this, I guess, kind of like logic and expectation that, you know, if like some big corp fails, then franchises that they own will suddenly end up in like some passionate, you know, indie developers' hands or something. Fuck no, dude. Like best case, they just gonna lay in that table gathering dust like many other franchises. In worst case, they will end up bought by some other corpa, you know. And at least right now, you kind of know what to expect, and then you don't know what to expect. Maybe it'll be better. Maybe. But maybe it will be worse. Yeah, but there's the going bankrupt, like, and Fallout going on, like, you know, like the auction and stuff. And like some fucking mihoyo, like, buying it and making like a Fallout gacha or some shit. Let's go, dude. Easy. I'll take the box of Pandora. And yeah, also that would take a while. So, you know, by the time it all happens, maybe you already will be caring about, you know, like not the franchises of the games, but the franchises of like medications in the retirement home, you know, basically. So you might not even see that Pandora box anytime soon. Like how I don't remember when did they put Fallout franchise on sale? Like I think it took Bethesda a while. I think also to make something new with the franchise. The S plus Sulik, yeah. Sulik will be like that, you know, like the mandatory gacha pool for ladies, you know. Gonna get the tribal giga shot there. Frank Pong team posts disgusting response to Spectre Divine shutdown before deleting it. You messed up, so well, I can do it all day. Damn son, that little epic troll there. These games is disgusting. Shame on you. For those unaware, the top post is our farewell letter indicating that Mountain Top Studios is shutting down. Got the epic troll there going. I got a little bit of a banter too far there. Frank Punk is next. I mean, so far kind of kicking somewhat. I don't know though. I don't know how long will it be. That's the feature with all these like live services now. They kind of like can take off real hard, but like give it a month and that can be dead completely. Exclusive Call of Duty 2025 plan to have 6 fully fledged round-based zombies maps. So they figured what's, you know, what people like the most and started pumping harder. Treyarch Games leading this one. A total of 6 round-based zombies maps. Vietnam, 1 in Afghanistan. Space station in the Dark Ether. What the fuck is the space stations there? Sonian people can fly enter an agreement to develop a prototype. And that's probably another... potentially another live service, eh? Prototype development agreement. New video game codename Project Delta. Based on one of Sony's IPs. A work-for-hire model. They will work as developers for Sony for an agreed remuneration. Production agreement states the game development will be divided across milestones. Co-developer Gears of War. Month after studio laid off 120 staff members. Studio also canceled long-time game Project Dagger in April last year. Damn son, so they're gonna be working both for like Microsoft and PlayStation at the same time. Damn, that's some insane crossover they're coming. Six-fingered AI zombie pictures, true. The last big single player game even? I don't remember. Like what was even from the Sony, like the last? Spider-Man? Oh, no, Spider-Man is not even the last, I think. Ubisoft is seeking investors for new entity report claims. There you go. Considering selling a minority stake in the venture and has contacted potential bidders. Bidders include Tencent, along with various funds located both in France and around the globe. Asked for preliminary bids to be made as soon as this month, the people added, asking not to be identified discussing a private matter. This new venture would include some of its core gaming franchises, such as Assassin's Creed. Oh, is it this stuff when they wanted... Yeah. So they wanted to start something new, kinda, and transfer the franchises into the new studio. I kind of wonder how it goes from like the investors' position. You know, you invested in the company that owns like Assassin's Creed and other things, and then suddenly that company doesn't own that anymore, and they just passed it to someone else now completely, and you're not invested into those. Like, how does that fucking work? I'm pretty sure you can't pull that off. No firm decision or direction reached with the company continuing to look at every option. The Guillemot family retained control of the company while giving Tencent more control over various assets. Saber CCO's comments suggest Knights of the Old Republic remake is still coming. So where? Stated on X, the studio is currently working on several games across different genres. However, all the games Saber has spoken about are still in development. Okay, I guess that's pretty much all there is to it. Nice portable, welcome back. PlayStation logo spotted on Starfield Creation Club website. There it is. Then they have Creation Club for Starfield. It's probably like as empty as all those planets, dude. PlayStation logo is still visible in the mods page. Well, it's someone's mod though, so doesn't really mean that much yet. Oh, it's the platform logos, I guess. Alright. This is like some creator just put it there for no reason. Nice, Akira, nice. Get it, get it. Now that you can run things, you better get it. Could be, Steve, could be, We'll see, we'll see, yeah. Star Wars Hunters is shutting down in October. Dude, where did that one actually start? Final content update arrive on April 15th. It's the Switch one. Was that like the mobile and stuff too even? Like I don't remember actually where this one was from. Online servers will be officially shut down. Which one was that even? Yeah, like all the scripts off, whatever. It's actually console, I see. Like, when was that one out even? I thought it was like the mobile port for consoles and PC.
I love you guys.
Ah, thank you, Akira. Welcome back to the dungeon. Thank you, sir. Thank you, man. Thank you, thank you. Appreciate it a lot. Thank you, man. A Bit Reactor and Respawn Entertainment will reveal their Star Wars game in April. So apparently it's gonna be some tactical turn-based stuff, wasn't it? Turn-based tactics game, yeah. So we'll see on April 19th. The Galaxy Stage. Star Wars Celebration Japan. We'll see. We'll see what that's gonna be. Thank you, Akira. Thank you, man. Counter-Strike 2 just broke the all-time high player peak record yet again. Yeah, respond in turn-based, yeah. Another one. 1,824,000. Holy shit. That's a lot of Counter-Strikers, dude. Holy. The most popular game on Twitch. I guess because some championship was happening, I guess. More than just chatting even. See, Steve, I say. Yeah, this Kickstarter near 600,000. Star Reach aims to feature reactive music, but maybe not voice acting. They still keep pumping there. I got 600 already, probably. March 15th. Sure did. The pace, but yeah, making MMO even with 600k, dude. They planned with 200k even. Like, holy shit. Good luck, man. But yeah, that's designer of Ultima Online and Star Wars Galaxies. So, like, technically, we'll see if they will make it. We'll see, you know, those actual OG MMO creators and what they're gonna do nowadays. Not to mention author of the game design books also. We'll see about that. We'll see about that. Multiple books even. I don't remember. Did I read his or not? Don't remember. A Dune Awakening hypes up ornithopters in the new Arrakis exploration video. What did they do there?
Welcome to Arrakis, the most dangerous planet in the universe. Dune Awakening is a multiplayer survival game on a massive scale, where the open, ever-changing world ensures exploration remains a vital activity. Join us as we traverse the breathtaking landscapes and uncover what the sands have hidden. Follow in the footsteps of the native Fremen and learn to overcome the deadly environment. Collect materials to craft a shelter, still suit, and your first vehicle, then venture into the desert.
Yes,
With
it's
a
like I
scanning
say.
module installed, you can scan
bad
for
man.
resources in smaller areas, or climb the highest peaks to launch a survey probe, revealing large swaths of terrain and important locations like shipwrecks or abandoned Imperial testing stations. Traverse difficult terrain with tools like the Shigawire Claw and Suspensor Belt, and claim powerful tech and gear. Expand your fleet of vehicles and upgrade them with new modules to suit your playstyle. From the cockpit of the iconic Ornithopter, even the most remote expanses of Arrakis are within your reach. In the deep desert, massive Coriolis storms regularly sweep across the land with monstrous power, changing the entire map every week. As new resources and secrets are revealed, the race to survey the vast new landscape begins anew. Be the first to mark the location of precious resources, and give the map to your allies, or
So
sell
gonna be
it to other players
reshuffling
on
the points of
exchange.
interest after the storm. Then.
Here, there are no paths to tread, only power to claim. This
With new
is
wrecks and
infinite
everything.
exploration. This is Arrakis.
Todo proves. We'll see. I got the Dick Arcane. There's a little sounding guy indeed, huh? We'll see, we'll see. Okay, 1 second. Let me see if I missed something you posted. If this will be paid or not. Yep, $50, dude. $50. Sure will be paid. This one I guess we haven't seen. Disco Elysium is being reimagined for mobile devices to captivate the TikTok user. Gloom scrolling. Damn, son. I like how at least they're very plain with their wording there. We intend to captivate the TikTok user with quick hits of compelling story, art, and audio, ultimately creating an all-new, deeply engaging form of entertainment, said studio head Denise Havel, original member of Disco Elysium development team. I like how they did just like original member of development team. Like, dude, who were you there even? Just like original devs wanted, yeah. More accessible than ever, this reimagination now structured to fit the way people play on mobile, making it effortless to enjoy in short bursts. It's what audiobooks wish they were. Mobile players deserve a deep story-rich experiences. Like Disco Elysium, and profound respect to the original's artistry and meaning, we move forward as both custodians and creators, bringing this masterpiece to new and returning players alike. I want you to fall in love with Disco Elysium on your phone all over again. Damn, son. Summer 2025. First 2 chapters will be available for free. Rest of the game unlocked the single purchase for other free gameplay. What a time to be alive, man. Yeah, original devs are all detached. The original devs are also like a whole fiesta. Like, there's a whole bunch of drama. Some people in one company, some people in another company, and there is like 4 of them. So it is a fiesta, man. There is one